Hello everyone, thanks and welcome to Odin's Eye Gaming. I'm Texas Deviant, and these are my friends and family, starting from my right and going around the table, Texas Tibbers, Paradox, and Westfield. So we're playing 5th edition D&D tonight, and we're playing the module Waterdeep Dragon Heist. I'm the DM, and these are the players. We got Astra by Tibbers, Percy by Paradox, and Ren by Westfield. Our adventure starts in Waterdeep, the City of Splendors, specifically the yawning portal in the city's castle board. Here, our adventurers have reunited after a decade and a half of separate journeys. One arrived by foot, other by magic, and the last one's been here for quite a while. Bonnie, their tending barmaid, I served each of them their drink of choice for the evening, and behind the bar is Dernan, the owner of the establishment. The tavern bustles with the energy one would expect, and bards of varying calibers spread across the bar in attempts to capture the patrons with the thrum of their music. Welcome to Odin's Eye Gaming, and welcome to Waterdeep Dragon Heist. A brief shout out to Sirenscape. Throughout the stream, you will hear music and sound effects provided by them. And now, a brief introduction from our players, starting with Tibbers.
I will be playing a druid. Her name is Astra Marvina. She's got a few nicknames, Red and Ash. Pretty much your normal druid, and things will sort of, as she levels up, I'll let everyone know her backstory, and how we all sort of grew up together as characters and how we came to be in this place.
Next up,
Paradox. My name is Paradox, or Ryan. I'm going to be playing Perseverance, or Percy. He's a up on his luck gambler who just recently had a big score and invited his friends out to Waterdeep to finally reunite. He is a sorcerer of Divine Soul, and he is a tiefling of Memon, who is he's a devil guy.
last but not least, Westfield.
Hi, I'm Colin. I'm playing Rin, who is a rogue satyr from the new Theros source book that they came out with recently. He was picked up by a monastery and has been living the last 15 years in a temple, the Order of the Yellow Rose, and he's traveled to Waterdeep to meet back up with his companion.
All right. So, with that, we will get started. And y'all guys let us know if this audio isn't coming through well enough, or we need to make adjustments. We'll take care of where we need to stop making adjustments.
Sorry! Squeaky chair! No one gave me the squeaky chair.
Cool. So, you sit around a sturdy wooden table, and I guess at this point we should move our minis to the table. Everyone is meeting at this table for the first time in 15 years. Brief introduction.
Okay, I'm ready.
We're all using temporary minis right now. We've got some minis on the way in the mail. They haven't arrived yet, so. But they're pretty good.
You sit around a sturdy wooden table lit by a brightly burning candle and littered with plates cleared of food and half-drained tankards. The sounds of gamblers yelling and drunken adventurers singing bawdy songs nearly drown out the off-key strumming of a young bard 3 tables over. What do you do?
Percy! It's been so long!
Well, I'll be.
You haven't changed a bit! Oh,
I mean, I've changed quite a bit, to be fair.
I mean, maybe that's a joke in bad taste. It's good to see you again. And Astra, it's good to see you as well. It's been so long. How did you find us? I thought you were both dead.
I mean, sometimes you just get lucky. I got a little bit lucky. I figured you guys might be still around. Talk to some clerics, talk to some mages.
At this point,
Everything worked out.
the barmaid walks up to the table, carrying your selected drinks. What do you guys have?
Oh, thanks, Bonnie. And I reach out and take a glass of mead.
If there's an equivalent of whiskey,
Right. There is a hard liquor.
let's go.
I think hard liquor would be the way for Percy as well.
All right, so Dwarven fire ale for the both of you. She delivers you 2 small glasses and a much more tankard-sized glass of mead to the satyr. Well, thank you for all coming to our establishment. And she walks off.
Thank you, Miss Bonnie.
You know Bonnie as well?
Well, of course. I've been coming to this bar for a year. She's my favorite.
A year. Jeez. I've been traveling for the last year. What about you, Astra?
I just got into town. I teleported via plans.
Teleported via plants?
It's my first time at kind of feel woozy.
I mean, that does make sense, I guess.
That'll probably go on a list of things that I'm not going to do anytime soon. Doesn't. Oh my.
Somewhere in the back of the bar, you hear a loud exclamation, "Ha ha!" You can be beaten.
Uh-oh. Somebody just won or somebody just lost.
Trouble.
I try to see what I can see back there.
So you look back into the back of the bar over here, and you see this very tall and proud half-orc lady standing up. You can just barely see a tattoo on the back of her neck, but you can't quite make out what it is from this far. And there you see this gladiator-looking fellow who's kind of like clutching his arm as springing. She points at him, "See? I told you you couldn't beat me. Offer up the gold." "Fine." Stammering with his very injured arm, pulls out a gold coin, tosses it to her. "Who else wants to try some?"
Percy, you should go over there.
I really don't think that's definitely not my gig.
I mean,
I might be a lot stronger
arm
than I used to be.
Why look at him? He's completely changed. A new man.
I'm a lot stronger than I used to be, but I am not that strong. If one of you wants to give it a shot.
All of a sudden, all the noise is eclipsed by a shout. "You pig! Like killing me mates, does ya?" And then a 7-foot-tall half-orc is hit by a wild, swinging punch from a male human, whose shaved head is covered in eye-shaped tattoos. 4 other humans stand behind him, ready to jump into the fray. The half-orc cracks her knuckles, roars, and leaps at the tattooed figure. But before you can see if blood is drawn, a crowd of spectators clusters around the brawl.
I'm in spectators.
We getting crowded up in here. What do you do?
I become a part of spectators.
Definitely move.
I walk up with Percy and I'm like, "Hey, you've been here a while. Do you know these folks?"
I mean, it's the orc that's getting attacked, correct? Or the half-orc lady?
Yeah, the half-orc lady who just won that arm wrestling competition is now getting attacked.
Basically just a bunch of thugs, right?
Yeah, this bald man with a whole bunch of eye tattoos at the top of him has like walked up and just slugged her in the back of the head from behind. She's turned up and she's pissed. Now she's just screaming, right? And so she immediately throws a fist back at the dude and just clocks him in the face. And you think he would have gone out cold from it, but he stands up clutching his head, and all of his mates are about ready to dogpile on this lady.
I walk over. I don't join, but
Okay.
and I don't encourage. I just watch.
Where's your very well done. Okay, cool.
I
You don't encourage?
I don't encourage. I keep my mouth shut. I put myself in the corner. I want to see what's going on.
Okay.
I start
Percy's
like pushing my way through the crowd.
All right.
Getting closer to the action.
Percy's been here for quite a while. He kind of knows the timid nature of certain people and not so timid nature of others. Give me a perception check.
Perception. I do that, right? No, I don't do that. 12.
Okay. It doesn't take much to realize, but Durnan, he was an adventurer, and everybody knows it, and he definitely looks it. But he hasn't been adventuring in quite some time. He leads a very respectable establishment over a very wealthy and lucrative business, and he is not one to tolerate this kind of stuff. And so you kind of see his knuckles tends to white as he's gripping and almost leaving a dent on his well-oiled wood behind the bar. As you guys are pushing up, the 4 now are trying to get jabs in where they can. She's kind of swinging wildly. You know, you can see she has some training, but mostly thug be thug, right? So thug hits thug, the other thug hits the other thug, right? So they're all pummeling each other at this point.
They're like bears.
At some point, you see that a very kind of like bloody bald man with those eyes catches yet another fish right across the jaw, and you just see it crack ever so slightly, and unhitched, right? And he drops out cold.
Yikes.
And the other 4 have now dogpiled on this lady, have drug her down to the ground, and are punching her repeatedly.
I try and step into the situation.
I walk up to the guy who's got his jaw hinged off, and I presumably try and make sure that he's still going to live.
Okay? So,
if possible, I'd like to cast. I'd like to cast a message towards the guy who has the eyeball tattoos on his head, and send him a message, something along the line of, "You boys better quit before you get into some real trouble. Broken jaw is the least you want."
So, you are pushing your way through people.
Yes.
Give me an athletics check or an acrobatics check in order to slide past these throng of people that are clustering in closer and closer.
I first roll. I'm going to make an acrobatics check. To
Okay.
try and weave my way through the crowd. 24.
So
despite the fact that people are literally just shoulder to shoulder, you manage to weave your way in very deftly and duck in her arms and lift over that dude who's drunk and passed out on the floor.
The horns kind of help a little.
A little bit. And you get close. So what are you trying to do now that you're that close?
I'm trying to pull, they like get in and pull people off.
Okay. You hear these bandits on the ground that are mobbing this lady saying, "This is for Grants!" And you just hear kind of muted hits because they're kind of hitting her padded leather. They're doing something, but 4 men on top of this one lady is not very fair. She's been arm wrestling for the past several hours. You were trying to see that is okay?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Honestly, if he's like choking on his own blood or something like that, if it needs to be like held to be set in some way, or like
Give me a medicine check.
Okay. Now let's do one of those. Are you sure? Natural, critical, +5.
Okay.
First 20 of the ones.
Well, so you are obviously familiar with at least this kind of injury. It's just his jaw's unhinged. It's going to be really sore, and you can pop it back into place pretty easily.
Yeah, do that.
Maybe you mutter something along the lines of, "You probably could see a killer," right? He's going to feel that one in the morning, but he's not dead, and he's kind of out cold for the time being. Your message goes to a
I pull
currently
him
unconscious person.
aside
Oh, okay.
so that he doesn't get trampled in the process.
Okay. The other 4 are continuing to beat on this lady, but you are pulling one of them off.
Yes.
Give me a contested strength check.
Sure. And I would use just my strength bonus for that. Is that correct? Or would I use my strength saving throw?
Your strength mod.
Strength. Okay. 7.
All right, you're like pulling on this dude, but he's got like death grip around what will now be called Yagra is her name because you can hear them shouting her name. They know her.
Yeah.
And
Bless you.
alternatively, as you start pulling on this this bandit, you can also see that she's holding on to him, and so that your little maneuver here of pulling him back earns him just a clock in the jaw as well, as a fist comes up from underneath this body of people and just hits him square across the
She's
face.
feisty.
Yeah, she's real feisty. From your brief glimpse, though, you can see that she's also sporting a fair share of bruises and like split lip now.
Okay.
Next round, what are you guys doing?
My plan is to like buckle down and ram and headbutt the guy that's on the most top of the dog hunt to try and headbutt him off.
How big are your horns?
About this big.
I'm ready.
I have, as a satyr class, you come with a ram attack. Is a type of unarmed strike that deals 1d4 plus 1 bludgeoning damage. Uses my strength modifier.
All right, well, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Sure. I'm attempting to do non-lethal damage in
Sweet.
all instances possible. 13.
That is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Somewhere. For 2 damage.
Okay. You have his attention as one of your horns just pops his back. Like you can hear he hasn't popped it in a while, and he shifts under the pressure of it. You have his attention. It did hurt.
Jarvis and the suits in my future.
Okay,
Heard of that.
so there's the damage. Upon doing that provocation, Barry says, "Oh, you're one of them types, are you?" Pulls a knife. The other friends of his, catching on very quickly, pull their own knives.
Okay.
What are you two doing?
When I see my childhood friend get a knife pulled on him, I am not going to do the thing that I'm allowed to do at level 2. I'm at level 1, so I pull out a quarterstaff. No, I don't.
What do we know about the rules and laws? Of
Yeah, what do I
Waterdeep?
know?
Yeah, well,
As far as what is allowed and what is not allowed in the city.
your entry to the city was an extremely civilized one. You went through the gate as normal. The guards would have told you guys, we're very civil here. We appreciate all you adventuring types, but please be respectful of our laws. If you don't know them, don't attack with weapons very heavily. Bar fights and stuff, you're probably bound to see here because that happens quite often. But no killing and no assaulting unless you want to run afoul of the trouble.
Okay.
But does Thorn Whip count as a weapon? Do
No,
I know that? It doesn't count. I whip the shit out of these shit.
Okay,
I Thorn Whip.
But they also have already drawn their weapons.
it's true.
Right. And Percy, you being in this meeting longer, know a little bit more about the details of our predicament.
Yes, Percy knows to stay out of these situations and not involve himself, but all of a sudden the circumstances have changed drastically.
Well, it's a little bit like old times.
So what's
Rin
Percy
getting
doing?
our group into trouble? What a surprise.
Percy's going to attempt to acid splash 2 of them
Okay.
if they're within range.
Yes, they are. Go for it.
They both, 2 of them make dexterity saving throws.
2 of them are making dexterity saving throws. What is your DC?
That's a great question, Ian. My spell save DC is 13.
All right. One of them makes it. The other one does not. Roll damage.
Alright. He takes 1 point of acid damage.
Nice.
We're going to
Hey,
tickle
we're level
to
1
death.
characters. We're
You know,
getting there.
I'm just trying not to make a mess of
Have you ever
the
had
establishment.
soap in your eye before?
You ever try washing face off the floor?
So your throwing whip is up.
Okay, Thorn Whip is a range of 30 feet, and it's an action, and it's instantaneous. If the attack hits the creature, they take 1d6 piercing.
Okay.
So this is one person,
There's one person.
the ugliest one. Let's
I'm gonna go. The ugliest one is the dude who just took acid to the face.
yeah, that one. Alright.
So soon.
And what's my spell bonus? For that, it's plus 5?
Probably
Okay,
plus-
cool. So I get 20. Does that hit?
That is a hit. Yes.
Alright, cool. And he takes
6.
6 thorns. I'm just kidding.
You've done so much more damage than both of us.
All right, that's enough. Like so, that thorn just wraps around his wrist,
Oh, and I pull him 10 feet closer.
pulling him
Get over here!
out of the fray. He gets lunged over, and he arrives at your feet, unconscious. Where are you at?
I am in the corner.
All right. This one's also down.
Night time.
What was that?
That's coming from this computer.
Oh, the Facebook being open?
It's on this computer.
That's probably this word on that.
That is a Facebook post, I believe.
All right. So, around this time, things are bar fights happen, right? And so the
Yeah.
drinking starts resuming. Some of the atmosphere starts coming back to life, and these bandits suddenly realizing that it might not be super healthy for them to be sticking around when there's a thing attacking them in the back, and then these two are just flinging magic, and they haven't even gotten to the rest of the bar, and the boss is dead. He's not dead, he's unconscious.
Boss is down.
Yeah, boss down. They hastily like back up. Wow, we gotta get out of here. It's not worth this. It's not worth this. And they pick up Prince, and around that time, Durnan's finally lost his temper. Out! Not in here! And the bandits are okay. And so they literally like shoulder hoist their man, and one other dude's like pulling on the last one's leg, and then and leaves because he could not take him.
I approach.
So there's one thug who gets left behind, basically.
One thug is left behind.
Poor guy.
I approach the wondrous beast that is this sassy lady.
So Yagra on the ground. Big giant like grapefruit-sized bruise is shutting her eye, and she reaches a hand through the. Grabbing my mace. It's over there on the table. I'm gonna go get those bastards.
I think maybe later. You know, maybe instead we grab you a beer, me,
Yeah,
dragon ale.
that seems.
Water.
And she passes out.
Oh, it was the water.
Poor thing. Water really didn't hurt him. You know what they say about half-orcs? One glass of water, and whew, they're out.
Several of the bards, some drunk, some a little bit not so good at playing, start screeching back up their lutes, and they start getting ready to go again. And then all of a sudden, you just start hearing, "Dip, dip, dip, dip. As you hear this chant of dip start happening, in the corner of the bar, you notice the same dude who lost that arm wrestling competition earlier. A whisper starts rippling through the whole crowd. You can see this man stripping down to just his underwear. He goes to the bar, he slaps down a gold piece. Durnan nods and slides him the cup and a coin off the bar, and then gives him a silver bell along with his cup. The young man, now down to just his underwear as the song begins, walks over to the well and throws the cup down. So, the chant goes something like this. Deep and dark, down below, where only fools and braggarts go, where monsters roam and dangers mortal, few survive the yawning portal. Stand your ground or ring the bell, and hope you make it up the well. And with that, the young man goes over, he quaffs a beer, throws the cup down the portal, grabs a rope, and his friend begins lowering it.
I definitely joined in the wondrous
Going
chant.
into
So,
the
yep.
portal. They're talking about dipping into this well that's
Yes.
called the Yawning Portal.
Yep.
That leads to a higher level of
I
adventuring than what we were prepped for.
quickly look around and make sure that my satyr friend is not making a way for the rope.
I'm not making way for the rope.
So instantaneously, most of the people in the entire bar are now crowding up around this well. You can see betting instantaneously just start changing hands. 2 silvers, he stays down for 3 minutes. A copper, he comes back up with the cup. That sort of thing, right?
Betting.
The chant continues, repeating.
Whoa. You're down there for minutes?
While they're chanting, I'm going to go and try and help attend to our half-orc friend who's unconscious as well. Just performing like basic medicine, like proper head up kind of thing.
Okay.
To help Asher.
Is there like fluid in the well? Can
No,
I
it's
touch
the well is just an opening, but it goes down and down. If you look down it, you can't see the bottom. There's no liquid in there. It is literally going into an underground cavern.
Alright.
So, after 1 minute, people start grumbling unhappily, and others cheer. Some having won their bets, and others, well, they bet too early. Coins are exchanged, and bets begin getting resolved and even renewed. Double or nothing. He'll be back in the next 30 seconds. You're lost, man. I'll take that offer.
Poor bastards.
2 minutes pass. Maybe there's a chance.
Why poor bastards?
No way in hell he's making it out of there in 30 seconds.
What does time have anything to do with the well? You've been here for a year. Tell us.
Go ahead.
What's in there?
Wait 30 seconds, see if it comes back out.
Do you go in after him?
30 seconds have passed. More grumblings, more yelling. I told you he wouldn't be back. Fine, I'm done. I'm out of money and time continues on. People start, this is a long one. I got mine on 3 minutes, man. I'm so ready. At almost 3 minutes, the sound of the bell echoes up from the hole. And there are groans from those who almost won the 3 minute bets. The rope is pulled up. You just hear the bell chiming. After a brief amount of time, 15 seconds or so, the young man appears over the lip of the portal, one hand holding the rope, the other triumphantly holding the cup above his head. He alights on the side of the portal and begins walking away.
Wait. I approach him.
I lean over to Percy and say, and this is why I always wanted to come to Waterdeep.
So you jostle over to this man, and
Who's still presumably in his undies. Did
Yes.
he come back with more clothes or less clothes?
no, same amount of clothes.
Okay.
However, as you reach up to him, and about 10 feet away from the portal, you hear something wrong. The man turns behind him and begins to run. And a big, giant, monstrous green hand reaches over the top of the portal, cracking some of the stone on it. Bats fly out and immediately just start dispersing across the portal.
Nah, shit.
Is this
This is
enough
why I
people?
always wanted to go.
You can hear a snarl just echoing up, just amplified from the well's kind of nature here. And this bulbous and gnarled creature from the depths just pulls himself out
painted by the illustrious Hadley May.
Hadley May painted this mini. Yes.
You notice something that's not quite right. There is literally just this pulsing kind of in and out bulbous, like almost red glow on its back, and it's just writhing and moving.
Does it look like it's sick or something like that?
Yeah, and you actually start to notice, like, oh man, he's bleeding and looks a little emaciated. Shouts of alarm suddenly ring out as a hulking creature climbs up out of the shaft in the middle of the tap room. A monster with warty green skin, a tangled nest of wiry black hair, and long carrot-shaped nose and bloodshot eyes. It bares its yellow teeth and howls. You can see that a half dozen bat-like creatures are attached to its body, with 3 more circling above it like flies. Everyone in the tavern reacts in fear except for the barkeep, Durnan, who shouts, "Troll!" Immediately upon grabbing underneath the bar, he hefts out
A shotgun.
a giant greatsword.
Okay, all right.
Medieval shotgun.
Yeah, holding it with one hand, he leaps himself over the bar and begins to go and attack the troll.
Okay, let's go.
He immediately shouts, "I get the troll! Y'all handle the Sturges!" And at this point, the bulbous mass on the back of the troll just explodes into just creatures peeling off it, their fat bodies having gorged on this troll blood. Start looking around, and suddenly, all the rest of the occupants in the room are now their targets.
Okay.
I'm imagining those are the Sturges.
Yes, they are Sturges, and we will be rolling initiative.
Initiative!
Question about rules of engagement within Waterdeep. Do I have my crossbow on me?
Yes.
Okay.
You can see that
Thanks.
several companions here have started pulling out actual weaponry. A lot of them, though, are not fighters. They're citizens. This ain't their business, and they start getting the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, clear this board. Let's go.
Okay?
Bye, scrubs.
You can see that several of the Sturges have remained on the troll's body. They're literally just clamped in, and they're just hanging limply. Too fat to want to do anything else.
They're so cute. So do they actually look like bats? Or what do they
No,
look like?
they
Kind of like bats, like giant proboscis mouths, right?
look like this. I'll pass this around. Like, think massive red mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mosquito
Oh,
bites.
okay,
Mosquito
Alma.
bats. They're so cute.
You're supposed to be really offended right now. Them skaters.
Skeeters. Yep.
No thanks. This Jumanji shit can get out of here.
You can see in the background that there's a bard swinging his precious loot at several of these things that seem to want to get at it. You can see several other warriors that are trying to make their way to the front, though they're a little bit far across because, I mean, they don't, you know. You can see that Yagura, who is still lying on the ground, is currently got 2 of them hanging over herself, and I will roll initiative.
You don't have a tracker, huh?
I don't.
We have to try.
the big
Yeah.
sword thing.
Yeah, we should do that.
Um,
Undy Man has continued running. He doesn't have his armor on him.
he's all undies and no bark.
He, by the way, is just super frightened. How the heck was that behind him? He didn't see that thing down there. But it followed him back.
Fun. That's why you don't go down to the portal. Or why you do go down to the portal.
Alright, how many do you need?
I need the 3 of you.
Yep.
I need Durnan, the troll, and the Sturges.
I think we've already got it.
You might just already have Durnan on there. Yep.
Seven.
And then the Sturges.
How many?
Just one for the Sturges.
Yeah, just one for the Sturges.
Also, where's Rocks?
He's probably outside first.
Okay.
Percy does something along the lines of flipping a coin, checking it, and pocketing it, and pulls his light crossbow off of his back and loads it, and yells out to you guys, "Y'all better not be running with the rest of them. We got work to do."
Gee.
Okay, and then you can place them in whatever order that is this order.
All right. I'll move this to the front once I get the order set. So first, we got to roll for.
I got a 19.
Control is 6, so probably last. Sturgis.
Purple is hard to pronounce.
Have challenged that successfully. At 5. Durnan is a 7. Alright. I better hope I continue rolling like this. Roll. Astra got a 19.
I got a 17.
I got a 7.
Okay.
Me and Durden, we're on the same page.
What's your dex mod?
2.
Same.
I got
Roll
14.
up.
He's got 15.
Whatever.
There it
oh,
is.
there we go. I was gonna say whatever is easiest for you to order them by, probably the next best bet.
This is interesting. Look at this. This one's fun.
Also, is audio okay? Can you hear music that's blaring? Can you hear all of us? People out there?
Should be able to hear the music faintly. And sound effects. Looks like our voices are coming through just fine. Now.
Yeah, I have rocks that I preemptively stated.
Do you want to tell the
Oh.
audience?
So I am lucky enough to have started the campaign with a little animal familiar, but it's not actually fine familiar. It's just honestly a pet. And the rule of D&D is don't have anything that you love because your DM will kill it.
The rule of
our
D&D
D&D.
when Robert's DMing.
So this is my last chance at having a pet in any RPG because all of my pets have died. Some repeatedly, and they've been brought back to life and died again. But this one in particular is a squirrel named Rox, and has not yet been introduced. Doesn't really serve for any purpose other than is a squirrel friend.
What a great friend.
They're so cute.
All right, let's get started. It's out the order.
Jimmy?
Oh, do we need to read them?
Yeah.
Ah, yes, Astra.
It's written in there in the first.
So I think the order is Shillelagh and Swing.
Okay.
Shillelagh is
Shillelagh is a
action?
bonus action, so I'm going to do that first.
You currently have 4 Sturges around you.
And I get like 4 attacks.
No.
Okay. So, are these? Yeah, I'm just gonna swing at this close one right here.
You want us to Durnan?
Yeah.
Okay, move it up. And you swing. Make an attack.
Yeah, let's go. Let's just F it up, Buttercup. And now you get a +5, so that will put me at 22.
Okay, that is a hit. Roll damage.
And with Shillelagh, it's a D8 +3.
Yep.
6.
All right. Your quarterstaff starts glowing. What kind of color? Represent the magical energy that you cast upon it.
Peach.
Peach.
Like a peachy orange.
Mhm. You can just kind of see like wisps of this peach, divine druidic nature energy kind of trailing behind it as it makes a really loud crack against this mosquito. And you can just barely see it start to deform before the blood that it was inside it cracks through the skin and just explodes in a mist around here.
Probably. We don't have any vampires in the house, do we? A la carte.
You doing anything else? Moving anywhere?
I am not going to move. I'm going to stay where I'm at.
All right. Who's next?
I believe it is me, Rin. So I'm currently next to this sturge over here, right? Or is this one? Are these ones flying up in the air?
These are flying in the air and they're attacking this little bard over here.
Okay. But it looks like our friend Yagra over there is the one most in danger currently, because she's unconscious and being attacked. All right, I will use a bonus action. Wait, do I have cutting action? No,
Cutting actions level 2.
that's level 2. Okay, I'm just gonna shoot it.
All right.
Welcome
Welcome
to
to
level
level 1. I'm firing a crossbow. A short bow.
Okay.
And I have a 26.
All right, that is a hit. Roll damage.
1d6 plus 3 for 7 damage.
All right. Your arrow punches into this thing, and it literally just deforms around it and gets stuck to the wall. Just, well, you can almost hear it.
Vernon's not gonna like that. The situation.
He's gonna be real mad.
He's gonna be so proud.
All right. Anything else?
We can maybe help clean up the bars. All right. Next in line is Durnan.
All right. Durnan runs up, hafting his greatsword, gets right in front of this troll's face, looks at it and says, "Somebody get the oil off the wall when I put it down," and starts hacking with supernatural speed. He's making 4 attacks against this troll.
Yikes! That's a big sword, dude. You're gonna hurt yourself, old man.
Is he old or what?
He's an older, retired adventurer, right? Like he's a far.
No, you could retire at 30.
He was.
I'd like to retire at 30.
2 of them.
You know that's how many days? 6. You gonna retire in 6 days?
So yeah, he rushes up to this thing, takes a huge hafting swing, and you can just see this gout of skin pull back away as it cuts across, and you can see exposed ribs there. He briefly shoulders it in the same spot, and then takes his pommel and digs into it. You can hear, and the troll stammers back, roaring in anger, being pushed ever closer to the portal here.
Durnan. Cool.
Papi.
What's next? Percy.
Percy. Percy loads his crossbow and is going to take a shot at the other scourge that is harassing our good friend. This dice isn't going to let me down this time. Never mind, it's super going to let me down. I'm guessing that a 6 probably doesn't hit.
What did you attack with?
A crossbow.
Okay. Missed by a good foot. It moved at the last
Now
second.
Durnan's gonna be mad.
They are pushing. You know,
Yeah, I mean, these things
It's
are,
hard to hit.
they're just like, they're moving in and around, and you just like, I'm gonna wait for it to stop. And you thought it stopped and you shot, and you missed. All right, what's next?
Next is the troll.
The troll bellowing. You can start seeing some of the skin creep back up around the rib, and you can just see the rib and move back in place, and this yellowish ooze starts sealing over as the skin starts collapsing back in on itself. It is regenerating,
No.
as it is one to do, and
No.
it knows its target.
Okay, come at me, bro. I'm just kidding.
You said.
I love a blend.
I
All
wish
right.
it's mockery the troll.
He's moving
I
forward,
shouted full
and he's
troll.
trying to find his way through that great sword, and then just says, "Screw it." As he digs that pommel digs into his rib and breaks something, he reaches forward and attempts to bite Durnan. Succeeded.
No.
So Durnan gets that pommel right there in the rib, but his shoulder is exposed, and the troll just bends over and clamps down on it, digging into his shoulder. It's protected by an elven chain, but you hear Durnan let out a gasp of surprise as he too is injured by this combat. Once he has Durnan in his mouth, now he's going to attempt to just clasp him, digging in with his claws. Both of which will succeed.
This is the best part about Sirenscape, I think.
So you can see that the control just almost like it is now just trying to squeeze him shut, make him a much less wide person than he would like to be at this point in time. That is his turn.
Next is the scourge.
I like
No.
They go descending in. Let's see. Let's start off with Yagra back here. They go in and attempt to make an attack.
Also, I am currently mage armor at the start of the day.
Okay. What does that put your AC at?
15.
You have the same armor as me.
It sucks out some blood from Yagra
Actually,
and is having a feast on her unconscious body. and you can just see this thing. It was kind of deflated, and as soon as it starts sucking, it just flows up extremely quickly.
Thanks.
And
That's
as a result,
terrifying.
the wings start slowing, and it just
Ew.
falling asleep on it.
Nice.
You also hear this bard in a high shrine. No! And he's just swinging his lute at these things as two of them are descending on him, trying to get at him.
Somebody save the ball.
I just don't, somebody can let the bar go. Because I don't want to toss a coin the whole campaign.
We don't.
How much did you get that other storage for?
I hit it for 7.
Oh no. So both of the sturges land on him,
Oh no.
and
No.
and they both just pummel up.
You're going to town.
Did he hit one with his lute?
Yes. He's heroic.
Yeah.
I believe in him. Bardic inspiration yourself, dude.
So one of them catches him in the shoulder, and he goes cross-eyed immediately, and one gets on its hip, and like the last thing he does is just with his lute, and it just splatters his own blood across the ground. You can see that his skin has kind of become a little bit lacking the fullness as he just stumbles over and falls down.
That's fair.
At this moment, several of the other people are now contributing to this fight. Most of the non-combatants have gotten to leave or are unconscious. Okay, 2 have not messed with this troll, and they jump through. There's an opening in between the 2 sections over here, past the portal, and they get over to Yagra.
Nice.
One of them bends down and immediately starts applying pressure to the wound and feeds her some kind of substance that you're not quite aware of if you catch it. And you can see that she's no longer on the cusp of dying, considering her stabilized. The other dude takes a wooden paddle, almost, and just swats the mosquito.
I feel like someone's prepared for this situation.
This is
Fly
not the,
swatter, man.
not the first attack.
Just
All
one of
right.
those ends where they're free floating, like.
At all the tables, there's like your chairs, your table, and then your fly swatter for when the sturges attack.
Your paddles when the wind.
All right. Next round of combat, I believe. Who's that?
Next is the top of the order with Astra.
What you doing?
Oh, so
This one's going.
I think I know my own strength and attack the troll.
Oh, this one's
Don't
also
attack the troll. I can't move because attack of opportunity.
You are not within 5 feet of it. Durnan has pushed him back towards the well.
Sick. Thanks, dude.
There is
I
one more
believe
sturge that's in
in
front
you.
of him, though.
Yeah, no, I come for the wrong guy.
All right.
I do that thing. I still have Shillelagh on,
Yes.
and I swing, and it's 22.
Roll damage.
And that's a D8 plus 3.
Damn, girl. You
Yeah!
hit this thing, and you really get a good,
11.
strong look at understanding that these creatures have like paper for skin. And as soon as you make contact with it, you realize that you didn't need to hit it that hard, and it just explodes in a bloody mist, covering Durnan. I hate sturge. Thank you. As he gets ready to hit the troll again.
Cool. Can I free action toss a good berry to him
How do you create the good berries?
at the start of every day?
Okay.
It's already cut.
That's great.
Yep.
So I
He catches it.
1 HP!
Killing it.
All right, who's next?
Me. So there's a sturge over by the unconscious bard, and there's 2 across the way that are currently preoccupied.
These 2 are still flittering about. That one is happily nesting.
Okay, but the ones that are
Nesting on the bar.
Ew.
Yes. He is still in them.
oh, okay, then I'll shoot that
Okay.
one. 23.
You critical it, because it is asleep.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Proud of you.
So that means if we roll additional D6.
So, just for the clarification, these don't count as citizens. So I'm not gonna. This isn't against the law.
No, I mean,
Okay.
Durnan has a big 6-foot long sword out attacking things
I
right
just
now.
need to know. 'Cause I'm gonna bonk
As
citizens.
soon as they set foot on the Waterdeep soil,
Very
Actually, this one doesn't explode so much as like you hit it and you just see like a fountain stream of blood just start pouring out of it from both sides.
And
Your
I'll
bolt having traveled through it and hitting the wall.
reposition it
So,
here.
Okay. Who's next?
Durnan.
Durnan. You're going down this time. And he begins another assault.
thank you.
2 hits again. All right. Where's that oil? And then seeing that nobody's done it, fine. And he just starts punching this thing. The thing had grabbed his sword, and he just let the dude, like he let the sword go, and just starts punching this dude right in the rib. You could just hear as the stroke keeps going back and back. And then finally he just jumps up and drop kicks it. And you just hear this bellowing roar as it falls and hits its head on the portal before it's you can hear it tumbling down.
Tumbles down into the portal. Okay.
As the last minute of fun, as he's falling, he manages to grab the handle back and yank it free. You just see a finger lop off from where it's holding.
Wait, his finger?
No, the troll's finger.
Troll.
The troll's
Oh.
holding
I
onto the
was like,
sword.
if your sword is worth a finger.
Does a troll finger regrow as a whole troll?
Good question.
Durban, not wanting to deal with that,
Wait, we have 2 more bloodsuckers.
throws the finger down the hole with it.
He's just checking the fingers.
You're a troll.
Back in a hole.
Who's next?
Me.
Hole, let's get going.
I'm shooting at one of those bloodsuckers that's across the room with the crossbow. So I got, and hold on, I need to see how this works. Okay, so I have an 11.
Okay.
And if that misses, then I can do something. But,
It misses.
okay, I do something.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm using my Favored by the Gods feature from Divine Soul Sorcerer to add 2d4 to the roll.
Okay. And how often do you get to use that feature?
Once per short rest.
Okay.
I add 6 to it, so that brings it up significantly. It's a 17 now.
That is a hit.
Basically, how that goes is I shoot it, and then I see that it's like going super wide. I'm just like, oh shit, and it just like ricochets off of a table and then goes straight into the sturge. So this one.
That's real dope.
Nice, and it hits it for 10 damage.
All right. So one, you got tired of Mosquito beating you and the axe of predicting where it's going to be, and at the same time, Durnan catches your eye as he notices that what you've done to his table,
Ah shit.
and this arrow very majestically seems to alter course in a way that don't seem physically possible. But it's so, and you can, if you're looking closely, you see the arrow just wrap around it and just fully bend, and then just make a beeline towards this mosquito, and it grabs it and attaches it to the ceiling. Blood just kind of leaking down it, having not sucked anyone yet.
You know, I think currently, of all the messes that are in Durnan's house, Durnan's bar, you know, a little bake on a table is probably the least of his worries.
But maybe not the least of
Let's
yours.
hope.
All right. What else? Is that it?
Well, that's it for me.
Who's next?
The troll.
And this.
And then the stern.
All right. The Sturge.
Do you like me to pull the troll forward?
Yeah.
Sturge doing here? That shopkeeper is definitely not there. He jumped out the window that he was next to, for sure. That barmaid is hiding underneath the table, though, and it comes down and it see and goes towards Bonnie.
Not Bonnie.
Connecting with Bonnie.
No.
And she just goes down immediately.
No.
This is a real root.
This one hasn't let up, though. It pulls its needle out and starts floating around the room again. Back up in the air.
Okay, next is Ash. Combat's winding down.
Well, you say that, so is feeding a bonus action?
No.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
So if I shove a good berry in her mouth, and
That'll be
then
an action because she can't assist with this endeavor.
she'll be fine.
You can see a number of panic words like, oh no. And Jernan's like, oh crap.
Yeah, but they still attack down people, so I'm gonna just run up and swing.
Okay.
18.
That is a hit.
6.
As you're about to just clock this thing once again, Jernan's like, no, you don't have to hit it so hard. And she's like, oh, damn it.
Non-lethal damage. We should have done non-lethal damage.
Well, thank you all. All right.
We've defeated the sturgeon and technically the troll.
As the stuff runs down, in just a second.
Man.
And almost as quickly as it started, it ended. Bards began plucking their strings, minus one of them.
Wait, is he dead?
No, everybody has now had a chance to notice that there's people crowding around all these guys. Not the first time this has happened. Everybody knows a little bit of medicine if you're in the yawning portal, right? And everybody's got bandages. There's first aid kits almost everywhere, and so patching people up and just, hey, this one's lost a little bit too much blood. Oh, we need to get him to the emergency. Right, so several people leave carrying this man. Dernan takes his time and looks around and takes the cloth of one of the people passing by and just wipes it. So the dude almost said something and realized it was Dernan. It's fine, just go ahead. And then he keeps walking. Dernan, blood everywhere. Surveys the damage. And there's arrows in my ceiling. I guess he was worth it.
I go to get an arrow, a loose arrow that was shot by Percy out of the wall.
Make a strength check.
Yes.
You find that though it didn't hit mosquitoes very often,
on today, 12.
it did wedge itself into the wall, and it comes. And this thing gets brought in.
Thanks, Red. Just
You don't have to call me.
Dernan has now taken up his place back behind the bar, and he pulls out a healing potion and walks over to his barmaid. Wake up, lass. Your shift's not over yet.
Oh.
I almost thought. Yeah, you know the rules. He gets behind the bar. She stands up, dusts herself off, looks at her uniform where there's a slight little needle mark. Well, drinks on the house for everyone, as per the usual yawning portal attack. Everybody starts erupting and cheer. And some of the people who had fled have walked back in. They're like, not you, I saw you leave.
That's great. I'll start helping clean.
So, did everyone see the arrow curve from Percy? So what was that about?
What do you mean?
You know, science, gods.
What do you mean? What was that about? Your staff was glowing.
It's a natural love.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't quite explain the whole word.
As you three are standing around, let's say you guys are like over here where there's a mess. Where?
Doing our best to clean. Maybe like mage hand a rag up towards one of the blood splatters that's a little bit higher up.
Here, where are you from?
I'm right there.
Oh, sideways three, so I didn't see you. So as you three are conversing, this man in long robes, carrying a book, has a giant quill in his hand, comes walking up and introduces himself. The figure who approaches you strokes his mustache, adjusts his floppy hat, tightens his scarf.
Ryan?
Volstamp Gadon, chronicler, wizard, and celebrity. At your service? I'm most impressed by your daring do, and the truth is that I fear I've misplaced a friend. Amid the odious violence which has recently been seizing the streets of this fair city. And I could use your assistance in finding him. You'd be well paid, of course.
No, my friend.
Violence in the streets?
Oh, yes, surely you've noticed how long longer than me, probably. But my friend, I saw how you handled yourselves. I think.
What are you?
Me? Well, straightens up once again, needlessly. My straightens. I'm Volthep Gadam, and I'm here because I'm taking some downtime after I just released my most latest book. You might have heard of it. Those guys, the monsters.
I don't know that I've ever heard of that book before.
Anyways, I'm actually, I've met all sorts of people. I've met Elminster. He calls me by name, and several other things. Anyways, this doesn't really matter. What matters is that my friend, he is missing. Can I count on you to help me?
What do you
suppose
think,
we
Percy?
could help out. There's coin involved.
Oh yeah. 100 for each of you that helps. 10 up front. How's that sound?
100 what?
Gold. That's dragons. Dragons.
100 dragons? I thought dragons were banned in the city.
It's the currency.
No, it's the coin. It's the coin. See, he pulls out several coins from his pouch.
You call your
Give me a perception check.
medals-
You were questioning him. Give me a perception check.
Call your medals dragons. That's a funny way.
You just,
How are you
I
so good at
just
this game?
23.
All right. So
I'm so
start off
perceptive.
it doesn't take you very much logic to deduce that from his coin pouch and producing the coins, they're about this big. If he was offering 300 coins, he definitely doesn't have them in that pouch. Yes. So then you'll join.
Is this to start? Is it dangerous to look for your friend? Was he kidnapped?
I think he was.
Did he run away? Do you have any
No.
clues?
He was.
Any signs from the gods?
I mean, yes, he was kidnapped. Okay. I think. I don't know. I
By
haven't seen him.
who? Why? Is he a villain?
Is he a person?
He's a person. He's a person.
Is he a
Isn't
dog? I
He's
love dogs. I'll chase a dog.
He's a person.
You don't have to pay me to chase a dog.
I thought I was loose in the head.
He's
Listen,
a person, right?
yeah, he's a person. He's my good friend. I spend many a night drinking with him down in the dock board. And yeah, I just
Dockboard. Where's the dock?
to the south. It's not that far of a journey from here. Just a couple streets over.
Percy, you're gonna get smacked if you keep calling her red.
So, can I count on you to help
Have you
me?
been to the dockboard yet?
I've been there a time or two, yeah.
I've only walked through the river gate and I came straight here.
Well,
I suppose we could,
Are there
Just-
trees?
I just want to make sure. I did know a wizard fellow once who had a similar proposition, but his good friend was his invisible servant. This is one of those situations.
No, it's not.
But they're really easy to lose, from what I hear.
No, listen. My friend's name. My friend's name. Oh, I think I'm the butt of one of your jokes. Yeah. Listen, his name's Floon Blagmar. Okay, he's got more beauty than brains. Floon Blagmar.
Bless you.
Thank you. Kind of funny name. I get it. He's a great drinking companion. Last night, he accompanied me to the Skewer Dragon. It's a dark body tavern in the dockboard. I called it an early night, but Floon remained, drinking and merrymaking. His wife tracked me down here in the morning portal half an hour ago, right before the trip, and told me that Floon never came home last night. He was doubly surprising because I didn't know he had a wife. But here we are. Floon's a handsome man. In his early 30s, with wavy red blonde hair, he's not difficult to pick out of a crowd. However, he insists on wearing a gaudy, like 6-inch or so, bas relief of a unicorn's head on a chain of blue pearls around his neck.
that seems hard to mistake.
So,
Yeah, it's very identifiable. If you find him, you'll know it.
why us? You don't have any other friends.
Well, Durnan won't do it for me. And you guys are the only other ones that really put trying to get some.
We'll be happy to help you out.
Oh,
Thank
yes,
you.
yes, 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 yes.
If you have any information other than it's just this family,
You're like holding your hand out and gesticulating, and he puts 10 gold in your hand, or 10 dragons. Oh, yes, thank you so much. Like I said, Skewer Dragon, Duckward, you can't miss it. Well, you can't miss it because the Duckward doesn't really have things to let you know. You'll have to search for a little bit. But the Flume, Blackmore, right? Tall, handsome man, 30s, red blonde.
and it was what was the inn called for the keep?
Skewer Dragon.
Skewer Dragon.
Your name's kind of funny, Volo.
Oh, what's your name? I should ask all your names. What is your name?
Well,
As you will need to find us to pay us the rest of our dues, right?
Right.
Yes.
Well,
should
I'll
we
be
meet you for
here.
that?
I'll be here. I have rooms. I'm waiting for
During
all
the
the
zone,
proceeds
right?
from my book to come in. Yes.
can I get a copy of your book?
Well, you have to pay for it. No, I don't have any.
I'll give it back. We'll make a trade. I'll have your book,
No, it's okay.
and then when you pay us, I'll give it back.
I just paid you 10
How
I don't have
we
any
go
books on me.
find this, though?
I'm sorry.
It's a guide
What,
to
this,
monsters.
what's your name? Oh, no, monsters. It's good.
Astra.
Astra, nice to meet
You
you.
are?
Well, what a strange introduction. And you?
I'm Ring.
And you?
Perseverance. You can go first.
Oh, and just to show my good faith and, celebration of my knowledge, I can actually pick out your accents. You're from these, next to the DND, Featherdale, right? Those areas? Yeah, I've been around. I've been to a lot of places.
That's impressive.
That is rather impressive.
This one. That accent's not from Featherdale.
Sure, no. There's a dialect picked up on what sounds like many travels. About 7 different cities in there. I don't think you want me to name them. Some of them you wouldn't like this. Anyways, the undertones, it's still there. You can pick it apart. And you 3 seem to know each other, so it was a good guess.
I don't know them now. I used to know.
Yeah, I overheard the conversation.
Snooper. You got the ears of a rabbit, huh?
I heard a lot of things, and that's common to knowledge.
I tried to reach for floppy ears.
Sorry. It's, listen. Okay, well, anyways, Skewer Dragon, Duckwood. Go direct south. You walk out onto the street and just turn right. And then,
How soon do we have to do this?
well, he's in trouble, I'm sure.
Oh, how are you so sure?
Because we've been meeting every day. And he's not here, and his wife told me that he didn't come home last night. Which is not my friend, though.
What if you just drank too much?
In which case, we'll pick them up out of the gutter and get ourselves an easy 100 gold.
I hope that's what it is.
Each, right?
Yes, each.
Yes. Well, I'm all for helping people. I think we should do it.
I'd like to go to the doctor.
I would like to spend as little time as possible there, but we can head that way.
All right. Volo cuts his hip, having clutches his
So
book and
tall.
walks away.
There's a couple of
Dog right here. The dog right here.
Oh, there they go. You have summoned.
I didn't pat my hip. Volo summoned, not me.
All right. So,
We have our first quest.
The real question is, what do we know about the dog word?
Well, I guess what does Percy know about
Yeah.
it?
okay.
Tell me everything.
So the dock ward is not quite under the same level of law as the rest of the city, and it'll take me just a second to start writing some stuff. But essentially, most of the town is served by guilds that take care of a lot of amenities. The dock ward's a more tough and rugged place, sailors and ex-pirates and whatnot, and the law doesn't really help them. They're not really the ones that wealthy, but they make it an honest living, and sometimes they have to beat a few people to get it. So what ended up happening is that law is less there, and most people do what they want there. Cut purses and thieves are definitely in the area, as well as several other nefarious things. Most of the town is lit by lights.
Lit.
On every intersection, you can see advertisements, you can see street names that help you direct you where you want to go. and at the yawning portal, you're going south just a little bit, and it almost immediately changes. Signs disappear, and the lights are like busted out. Right? Glass is broken, and the oil and stuff have been stolen.
So what time of day is it?
This is going to be kind of late afternoon.
Right. And what's the city like? Is it bustling? Are
Yes,
there
so
vendors?
the castle ward and almost every ward is bustling, as you would. From sunup to several hours past sundown, it is thick. Each of the streets has constant carriages and horse-drawn other various things. There are things called...
Is it just horses, or is it
Yeah, mostly.
oxen, donkeys, dinosaurs?
You do see a few donkeys. No dinosaur, no.
Is there a curfew?
There's not.
Do we have a place at the inn? We just got in and we just got in a
We just
fight
got
and we
in.
didn't reserve a room at the inn.
Left yet. So there are hire coaches. There are things called drays. If you think like the double-decker buses in England sort of thing, they're pulled by a team of 4 horses, and the driver sits in between both of the levels up front. And they stop every so often, and there's a taker at the back who will take your fare and let you in on this almost bus-like thing.
Those are
I'm fine with walking personally.
I'm cool.
like
I'm
to,
cool with walking,
see
but
the city.
before I walk out, I'm like, so where are we staying?
I mean, you guys can pick up rooms if you like. I have a room we could all stay in. It's a little bit small, but
It'd be just like old times.
Slumber party.
slumber party it is.
Slumber party it is.
All right.
I would like to.
I kind of give them the rundown of be careful and keep your eyes out in the dock ward for sure.
Okay. Keep your eyes
It's not
peeled for
it's not
people in
it's
need of
not
assistance.
lawless, but it's law adjacent.
Law adjacent.
It's a good way of describing it.
Don't go shaking nobody that don't need shanking, but also don't get shanked when you don't need shanking.
All right. None of us are ninjas.
You're
Yeah.
about as close as it gets. You're,
No,
you're basically
I
that
only
man.
play rogues that aren't actually rogues, right?
It's everything Batman. It's I'm Satyr Man.
All right, so you guys step out into the street and are immediately almost jostled by haters running by. There are sidewalks to the east side of the street that are made for people who do not wish to take horse-drawn.
This one?
That's one. This is
I am the
very mini. This is my.
Can this also exist when we walk out?
So as you walk out, there's a nearby tree. There's a squirrel sitting up in the branch about 15 feet off the ground, staring intently, waiting for its acquaintance to make an appearance.
Come on, Max.
Oh lordy.
None of this surprises me in the slightest. It's good to see you again, Ashra.
Do you like?
What's his name?
Rux.
Do you want to know why I named him Max?
Why?
Because when I found him, he was little bitty. He was just making these little baby noises, and he was nibbling on rocks. And then I was like,
The squirrel looks at you and its tail starts twitching in agitated motion.
and then I fed him acorns, but he still sometimes eats rocks.
I didn't know
She-
squirrels
I don't know.
ate rocks.
They shouldn't.
News to me also.
Huh.
Yeah. He doesn't. She doesn't. No one knows.
Jenny, this is a very
Are,
difficult place
are
for
you
to
possibly
have
going to
residence.
know next session?
No, I know. I know it.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, it's she, but I don't think my character remembers. I don't think it matters either.
Squirrel is squirrel.
Dog is dog.
Okay, so you guys start traveling down the docks. Well, not the docks, but into dock ward.
Map.
Duck boy.
Map.
Woo.
It's map time. It's a map. It's a map. It's a
Duck boy.
fucking map.
Who is the Dora the Explorer? It's a map.
Okay.
Hello.
Quick.
Where did you come from?
You know what kind of character are Jenny and Dan? I think they're both paladins. I think was decided at some point.
So
Danny's
you guys,
more roguish, and then Jenny's a paladin.
you guys are here. The unimportant. This is the castle, and it is just about street south. But you're heading into Dockwood.
Okay. Do
So
we know where this specific tavern is?
that's the thing about the Dockwood is that unless you're at the piers, you don't really have a sense of direction.
That's fair.
There's
everything so
it's congested. Things look the same. Tattered, run down. There's lots of similar buildings. And you're just gonna have to find your way and ask for directions.
okay.
Okay. So upon entering into the Dockwood, it gets a lot less busy. I mean, it's almost like a divider line. You're in traffic at the moment, and then you jostle your way through, and suddenly you're like no one. Maybe a dude that dips into an alley every now and then.
It's a lot more peaceful.
Yeah, there's a good reason for it. It's a peaceful friend.
Oh.
Who are you?
Name's Club, because I got Club.
Oh. Here's a cute thing. I think there's an appointment.
I look forward to finding it sometime, then maybe I'll be excellent.
Let me see. He starts rummaging through the bag.
That's, I don't want to buy anything.
Hey, listen, brother, we're looking for the skewer dragon.
Skewer Dragon,
Yes, sir.
I've heard of it. It's further south. Maybe a little bit to the east. Let's just take this road. I seem to have forgotten.
Reach into my pack and pull out 3 shards. And hand him 3 shards.
Man, I found my voice again.
Funny how that happened.
Yeah,
Point
you know
in
how to
this
speak dock
direction.
language.
There's a sound.
It's funny, most people's languages are pretty similar, honestly.
I agree. Yeah, anything. Sure. Hey, anyways, so, don't show that money anywhere, and don't tell anybody you gave me that amount of money, okay? And then we're good. You'll just travel down this road about 20 or so minutes, and then you'll turn left, okay? When you see, what's the best description? Listen, just count your way. It's about 40 or so streets. And then you turn left, you go for a few minutes, and you'll see,
Do you want to walk with us?
no,
Do you want to jog with us?
absolutely not.
How about a run?
Listen, I got a job to go to, and some beer to drink.
What do you do?
You'll see a dragon, and it's got a stick like that shoved through it. It's mostly broken. Just listen for the drinking, okay? There's only like 1 or 2 in there. Just ask around. Appreciate it. I'll be done.
Straightforward enough.
Hey, if you ever need business in the dockwards, okay? You just ask for Cloud. I'll come find
It's kind of weird, don't you think?
you. Hey,
Make sure to remember the name.
okay. When you're asking, only give a nib or 2. He ducks into an alley.
I don't know what he just said.
I paid him too much.
Oh,
But I gave him the money because he needed it, not because that's what he would owe.
how do you know he needed it?
He's got clout.
We'll see how useful his information was. We start following his directions.
I would like to continuously point in a direction, and that's
You have a direction dice.
I do.
That is the opposite direction.
And
That's,
north
that's the. I told you that was wrong last time.
and last chance.
That's still pretty much the opposite direction where we're headed.
Oh,
She points north, then northwest, and then west.
The exact opposite corner of the direction we're headed.
this way. We're going this way.
All right, we
Not
pull
so
the
good
map,
with
please.
direction in the city, are you?
We pull up the map,
I
please.
don't know anything about the city.
Up the map.
If there were
Yeah, we can
trees,
just fold it. We're done with it for a little bit.
who can get lost in the trees? But these buildings, they all look alike.
Yeah, that's why you gotta be careful out in this part of town.
That's what we've got Percy for.
I'll do my best.
Because you've been around town.
I have been around town for sure, but this part I never really find my way.
So, you guys start going down what you come to realize is one of the main artery roads for the dock quarries. And there's dozens of branching off alleyways and actual other streets. None quite matching the description. You're about 20 or so streets in of your 40 before you guys see a spectacle beholding you.
A party!
Yeah.
That's
Those look like
what
party
it is.
types.
Party
Party.
animals.
They've got their party batons and pants and party hats
Party police uniforms.
with kazoos and presumably neckties. Oh,
That's a lot of folk.
this looks more like a funeral than a party.
Okay, you guys are traveling down the street and almost just barely off the side, taking up most of the street actually. You can squeeze through, but as you're passing, the spectacle unfolds. You see a dozen, at least, of the city watch surrounding various levels. You can see a captain bellowing commands. You see 3 bandits with flying snake tattoos. They're black tattoos. One is on the hand of one of the men, and 2 are on, and the flying snake tattoo is on the bandits' 2 of the bandits' arms. Let me try that again. 3 bandits. 1 flying snake tattoo on the hand. 2 of the bandits have a flying snake tattoo on their arm.
Earlier, when we saw tattoos, we saw head covered in eyes,
Mhm.
and we saw a flying snake tattoo.
No.
What did we see? What was the other tattoo?
Everybody had eyes in their head.
No, there's
Well,
one
only
that's
one person had eyes on their head. His name was Prince.
Yagra had a tattoo on the back of her neck that we didn't see.
It was black and it was peeking up, but nobody got close enough to see what it
Okay.
was.
I knew there
I
were
think I
2
also
separate
just drew a
ones.
line on the neck. So now I have a neck tattoo.
So these 3 people are kneeled down on their knees, hands behind their head. The guards have cudgels. None of them have swords or anything like that.
What's that?
Cudgels are like clubs. I think like batons.
Party baton.
You can see that they're kind of bloodied up. They're messed up. There's blood splotching all over their clothing. And you can see in front of them are 6 people dead on the ground.
What do those 6 people look like? More
You can
members
see peekings of some dragon tattoos, and you can also see some eyes that are tattooed on hands.
Dragon? Oh, dragon and eyes.
You can see a dragon, dragons on some, 3 of them, and you see eyes on some, 3 of them. You hear
like
Captain
something.
barking orders.
It's the first one.
You get back to that person, but
Oh la
Sounds like they've got some. Sounds like they've got some kind of like turf war stuff going on with like you got eye gang, the dragon gang,
and the tunnel snakes.
and the tunnel snake.
Tunnel fighters.
Secret tunnel snakes.
as you turn a corner, you find yourselves on a street that's been cordoned off by the city watch. Lying on the cobblestones are a half-dozen corpses, seemingly the victims of some terrible skirmish. Watch officers have disarmed and arrested the 3 blood-drenched humans and are in the midst of questioning witnesses. One of the officers sees you. "Get on," she says. "Nothing to see here."
You heard the lady, nothing to see here. We can keep moving on.
Ooh, but Percy, do we have to? What are they
I
going to do to them?
Depends on what happened, but I think regardless, it's probably none of our business.
Make a perception check.
I perceive things.
You only manage to hear part of the conversation that the watch is having. The only word you hear is murder.
I do say something
What do you say? And to who?
to the lady who dressed us.
Okay.
Is there anything we can do to help?
You can help by staying out of the way. This is the city watch's business now. Move along.
I I move along.
I think
Percy?
the die has been cast for Jim.
Percy. Thought you said murder was illegal.
Yes, that would be why there were so many guards. If
Are they gonna kill them? That's illegal, they said.
it's not murder, if the magistrate.
Is that who they're waiting for? Was there anyone that looked in particularly special?
Who amongst who? Like the guard?
The guard.
There's a captain who's kind of directing things.
Seemed like they had that situation under control. What led up to that situation may or may not have involved some murderous accusation, but
Is justice done in the city?
I'd say there's a brand of justice that they abide by,
Is it fair?
for the most part. I think in situations like this, it'll be relatively fair.
Do you remember when we were kids and we used to talk about the city guard and how important and how cool they were?
You mean John?
This is less cool.
This isn't quite what I imagined back then, I don't think. But
Honestly, I'm just impressed that there's a guard in this part of town to begin with.
They didn't seem like that, though. They just,
At this point, please, y'all need to go find somewhere else to be. No loitering here.
she said y'all.
I follow Percy.
We can keep moving on.
I keep my eyes peeled from out of sight. From the, I want to continue
don't
watching.
do that.
I want to continue watching until the very last bit of vision.
Okay. Tall, densely packed tenements leave most of the neighborhood in shadow at ground level. Most of the street lamps have had their glass smashed and their candles stolen. And the smells of salt air and excrement linger as you pass by rows of rundown buildings.
Okay.
Is it like dark yet, or is it like?
Yeah, it's starting to get darker. We're definitely into dusk at this point.
I guess at some point, when it gets dark enough, I'll have to pull out a torch. I have in my pack of things with stuff in it.
I also do not have dark vision.
So are you lighting a torch?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, do your characters have dark vision?
Nope, only Percy has dark vision.
It's been a while since I had a character that didn't
I
have
have
dark
torches.
vision.
So as you guys continue along the rows, your torch is lit. Not only do you hear whispers, like in the alleyways that you're passing by, when you start, now that the torch is lighting things, the shadows aren't illuminated in the alleyway so much, but you can see slight bits of reflection of pieces of metal, probably sharp in nature, through some of these alleys that are being hoisted, ready for some unwary victim to come down them.
We might not be the safest travelers on the road. This might dissuade some people. I snap my fingers twice and I turn the torch, the flame on this torch, into like a green.
Ooh.
Definitely not that one. And you hear some clamoring, and it's like the sound of a box getting hit, and like some clanking of metal as a weapon is dropped, and then as it's picked back up from the cobblestone, they keep running off.
Can some of the whispering that we have heard also be me whispering?
All right, you guys continue on.
Yes. Yes, you can.
As you start getting really deep into the heart of the dock ward at this point, one nearby shop stands out from the others. It is a deep purple facade, and its windows hangs a stuffed beholder. Above the door hangs a sign whose elaborate letters spell out, Old Zablok Shop.
Zablok shop.
Mob shop.
Zablok shop. That's
Can you
The
say
cr-
that one more time?
Zablok.
Not
X-O.
Right, of course.
B-L-O-B. X. No, not X. X is the start.
okay.
X-O-B-L-O-B.
Okay.
But just a red.
X Oblob X 420. Sniper.
360, no scope.
Big Bob. Bob. That's a pretty good name.
I love about the yapper use that.
It is the most flamboyant, if that's a word that could be used in the situation, but non-dilapidated building that you've seen since being here. What do you guys do? Do you keep going on, or do you visit old Zaba?
Oh, would I be interested in going into Bob's shop? Yeah, I mean, I think I would be interested in checking out.
We can make sure that our is that true? You know you're not supposed to speak that.
I don't think Druidic is speaking. Isn't it writing on trees?
Druidic speaks in Druidic. It's nothing close to South Opera.
That's closer to thieves.
Stop you can't come.
Oh, jeez. We could try to get a refresher on our directions while we're here.
Sure.
So you enter.
I do not want to go this place.
Oh, it'll be fine. Look a little red.
Yeah.
Well, one more time.
It's a little bit more adventure, a little more excitement.
But it's friend. Lola's friend.
It's true.
Flume.
We do have.
Flume's in trouble.
Maybe he's in here.
I agree with the directions, but we should be quick.
I agree.
Like a rabbit. Not a turtle.
Softball.
You guys entering?
Yes.
A cloud of lavender-scented purple smoke trails out of the shop's door as you peer inside. Every wall is painted purple, and every dusty knick-knack on the shelves is dyed a deep violet. The hairless old gnome sitting cross-legged on the counter wears plum-colored robes. His cheeks are decorated with 9 purple face-painted eyes. The gnome lowers a pipe and exhales a cloud of lavender smoke before raising a hand. Hail, and well met. Come browse the shelves of the most curious curiosity shop in the world.
You know, we have a bad history as players playing around with gnomes.
You turn around and leave.
We're looking for directions.
Directions? I can direct you to the trinkets on my shelves.
I immediately start going to the trinkets. I love her.
Oh, there she goes.
She didn't want to go in, but she might want to leave.
What happens to get your interest? I can help direct you. You can see that there's like 7 or so shelves, and they're just cluttered.
Glass, leaves. Do you have any beads?
Beads? Yes, of course. I have plenty of beads. And he
Any herbs? Spices?
drops down. Of course, I've got everything.
No.
And he scurries over to
Your shores.
Huh? Yes. Oh, spices. He pulls out some like crushed leaves. This is good for having a good night. And this one, here's some beads. They're called marbles, and they have little things in them. They are pretty. Can I interest you?
You asking Dad for money?
I handed you my medicine. Don't worry. I just want to make sure. I don't have a lot.
I'll sell you these things. 3 gold. Dragons. 3 gold dragons.
Seems a little bit pricey.
For what? Is it magical?
Oh, they're just trinkets.
I start ritually casting detect magic.
Lady, you shouldn't do that. That's not kind to do to a person.
We don't have time to wait.
Go in here.
Lady, I'm gonna have to ask you to stop, or I'll have to go get the guard.
Now. It's all right. We don't need to call a guard or
What if
anything.
there's something special in here?
There's nothing special like that in here. You're making a mockery of my establishment.
Now,
Do you want these
sir,
things or not?
I think that your establishment does have many special items. How about this? How about we give you a gold and a half for the marbles and the tea leaves, and you give us directions to the skewered dragon.
Persuasion check.
Nope. Jesus. Percy, what are you doing?
It's the
7.
it's
So-
the good luck, bad luck side of things. You know,
Listen,
sometimes
He's not upset at you,
I'm
but he
aware.
is really upset at this lady who's making fun of him, calling him short, and trying to get him in trouble with detecting magic shit, and accusing his trinkets of being nefarious,
Okay.
insulting his honor. No, I don't think that's right.
Okay. I just wanted to see if you had anything special.
What are you gonna do to make it better?
I don't have anything to make it better.
Bring him in my shop.
Here, take a good berry. I make these every morning. They're kind of good. I mean, they're technically good. They're berries. They're good berries.
Puts it on the shelf behind him.
It will
I
just.
now trust none of the food in here. Not that I did before, but
So, about those leaves, though.
Study the leaves for golden half. I'll give you directions, but I'm keeping them markers.
A golden half. I don't know if I still have to pay my own way.
Wait.
Oh, my gave us so much money.
Don't worry. I've got credits from what you gave me earlier.
you gave him all of your gold. It's just like in real life.
Upon making an exchange, he is significantly more accommodating.
Percy.
He
Yeah, the way to this whole time!
he goes back to his counter, climbs up on it, and brings you back 5 shards. Yes. He pulls up the pipe, and takes some of those leaves that look remarkably similar to the ones that you had from a pile next to him, stuffs it into his pipe, lights it. Big purple cloud of smoke comes up. So good. Anyways, directions. Square.
Owl, obscure dragon.
See your dragon? Yeah, you're not too far. And then you just need to go several more streets down and turn to the left. Walk away for a bit, and you'll see and hear the sounds of excitement.
Fantastic.
What is your name?
Zamba.
Zab-
No relation to the beholder, of course. He points to the beholder in the front. It's a stuffed character. Name's Zamba.
No actual beholder association.
No, whatsoever.
Okay.
It's just a very coincidental thing. Make a history check.
Roll decent for one thing.
Well,
It wouldn't be it. How about a 9?
Nothing really turns up from that.
No worries.
That is that blue flower.
He just kind of ignores you. Anyway.
I wish you well.
Appreciate that.
Well,
Not the well in the opening portal, but like well.
be gone with you.
Thoughts? Anyone?
Alright. You guys exit the shop.
Yes.
That works out nice. I
I
could have
checked-
sworn it was 10 more streets.
I checked my person to make sure nothing was taken off of me while I was in there.
All of your contents are arranged as they should be.
All of your contents are arranged inverted. Everything is rotated in your packs.
And then as you guys leave, more purple mist up, you have acquired 2 uses of purple tobacco pipe.
Oh. That's in your inventory, not mine.
It really mellows you out. Damn, that's all it does.
That purple baggie.
Ooh.
As you inspect closer, you can actually see that there's certain specks that are purple in nature that are apart from the leaves, or kind of dusting the leaves. You have a feeling that that's just a dye that's cast in it to give it its smoke effect.
Everyone likes that purple haze, though. Let's go. Okay, something my character may or may not use. We'll see.
And you
you
guys,
strike me as the type.
I think, sometimes scrolls get faster. I need to mellow out. Let's see.
you guys keep walking, and you come to the corner that you can identify as the one that both of the directions are trying to get you to. Turn left on the street. Kind of the same. There's no real telltale. Right? There's a marking, and there's I remember them kind of describing that. Okay, here's where we turn, and so you descend to much the same kind of scenery. You walk 5 more minutes or so, and then come across the sounds of attacking.
Okay. Really spaghetti.
It is.
Percy,
Yes,
have you
ma'am.
ever been in this side?
I've been here a time or two, but I try not to stay in this part of town for too long. I don't think I've ever, I'm not sure if I've ever been to this particular town.
You guys walk up and you see that dragon that's skewered
This
on a
bar is
stick.
way better, by the way.
The other ones are sellouts, that's why.
Yeah.
They're commercial.
So this bard is exceptionally drunk, and it's not how it's supposed to sound at all.
Yeah.
He's like barely holding together and just plucking strings almost at random, and it's coming out in a tune. But you've heard the real thing, and this is a mockery of it.
This is actually just Amazing Grace.
Thank you for my rendition of Happy Birthday. The skewered dragon looks like a ruin. Both of its front-facing windows are smashed, and a ship's anchor is lodged in the roof. Through the windows, you can see a group of haggard patrons drinking from huge tankards. Sitting at a table with a slouched over big mugs in front of them. You hear grumbling. A few of the other tables are kind of in the same kind of state, and a very unkempt bar host is behind the bar, washing a mug out with a dirty rag.
No. This can't be.
I think that if a beautiful fellow goes missing, this is exactly the kind of place we should look.
Well, are either of you particularly adept at searching for missing persons?
I got a +1.
This isn't really my forte, per se.
Just kidding, I'm a +5.
We can ask around. I'll walk up to the bar.
You walk up to the bar, okay. How can I help you?
Good evening. We were looking for a gentleman who didn't make his way home the other night.
It's like anyone in the dock would.
I hear you, brother. It's a rather beautiful man. Red blonde hair, probably some.
Don't know.
Now, are you sure that you don't know him? I take out 3 nibs and put them on the counter. We're really trying to make.
He takes him up. You're not getting it back. I don't know. Maybe he visited, maybe he didn't. We got a bunch of regulars in here. You can try to talk to some of them. Keep the coin flowing. I'm sure you get an answer.
I'm sure it'll happen eventually. Look around to see who seems more like awake than other people.
Do I have, do you have one of those funny laughs like the pipe? I have a plan.
You know, I don't
You
have
kind of
any
smell like
funny logs. I reach into my shirt and pull out a cigar and kind of like crack it open a little bit. You can probably try that.
But I want to, and I like sort of gesture at the leaves. Like, we could.
Right.
So while this conversation's happening, you start picking up on the sound of. I did it again. You owe me a nib. Sounding much more awake than most of the others.
Okay.
Turn, and it's next to that table, the two that you saw sitting in there. One guy straight back, holding a dagger in a hand, and was stabbing the table, playing the game of lose your finger.
Playing a game and lose your finger.
Playing a game, lose your finger. I'm all about the game.
Knowing it's like knife hand. The goal is obviously to not stab yourself, and if you make it through, and the more quickly or bespectacled that you do it, the more it's fun to the people. People usually put up little antes. So it's good.
Alright. Hey, Red, how do you feel about playing for some information?
You know, I'm always up for a new challenge. I think I could definitely do better than him.
Okay. I mean, does he have all of his fingers?
You can see that there's scars that line like the side of it because he's poked it a couple times. But you don't get this far in this game without taking a few scars to get good at it.
Do you do it yourself? With your own hand? Okay. Then I can do way better than that.
Okay. Before we make our way over there, I tap him on the back and cast guidance on Ren. And then I kind of gesture to make our way over.
The barkeep. Saw that.
I just give him a wink and walk over. Evening, gentlemen.
What's your name?
Awful
What are you here for? What do you want?
I'm Percy. I'm
Join our
here
game.
looking for a missing person.
Lots of people missing in the dark word. 2 nibs this time. Huh? Oh, fuck!
You know, I was wondering
What do you
if,
want?
we might be willing to make a wager. We're looking for some information on a fellow with blonde red hair. He had some big oval opals, I think they said it was. He was wearing.
A unicorn necklace. Something like that. Something like that.
Make an insight check. All of you do.
All of us?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll a number that is not awful. How about 16?
16, brother!
Even it out.
Only a 13.
Swapsies, that
Okay.
found from here.
You two both notice that upon the mentioning of the description of the red blonde hair, that one of the people watching the games like perks up but doesn't say anything.
Are they
Lots
all
of people go
human?
missing in the dock work.
Are they orc or are they?
They're all human.
How about this?
Really dirty. So one of them might be at half work, but you wouldn't actually be able to know how dim it is.
You play, and I wander over to the person who perked up.
Out of the way, miss. I want to see this next game. He just stabbed himself. I'm gonna win me another big turn tonight.
Do you play?
Stupid.
What do you play?
I bet they wouldn't play if it wasn't here for me to bet on.
I reach.
Yeah, do it again. 2 nibs. You can go slower since you
How
just
about this?
stabbed yourself.
I'll put on 3 nibs for my friend here. If anybody knows anything, they can let us know.
You handed me a dagger, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
I don't know if I actually have it. I have a dagger. I have a dagger. I definitely have a dagger. Where's my... This is proficient.
The bard seeing like a group of people start congregating is feeling emboldened, and he jumps up onto a
I have my
chair
own dagger. I don't need it.
and starts leaning it, like it's balancing on 2 legs. He's just drunkenly like, just balancing on it, plucking at his strings. He barks, "Get the hell down before you break your neck!" As you're doing that, the man eyes it. No! You gotta use this dagger. And
I do not let him take my dagger. However, I was
like pulling on it and like.
sure. So how do you play? I'm like twiddling with the dagger a bit.
Give me a dexterity saving.
Not an acrobatics check?
Nope.
Okay. So what is this for?
It's for handling the knife. It is not in the way that you are handling it, but as you are grabbing it, it is handling it.
I start casting detect magic ritually.
That's just like you would be chanting and saying things and like.
I'm cool with
Once
it.
again, the people, like a number of people start pushing back up. Hey, you can't do that here.
Why?
Brad, I promise you there's a time and place for that, but right now I don't think it's necessary.
Dexterity saving.
Dexterity save. 13.
As you start to try and do the acrobatics to it, you notice that this dagger is not a normal one. There's a lot of grime on it, and it's grease.
Okay.
So very quickly, as you start to do some acrobatic maneuvers before you get too far, and you're like, I want to let go of this dagger if I do that. And this game is going to be a little bit more difficult than what you thought it would with that dagger.
Okay.
Then there's the stabbing knife. It's the best one around here. I see you. I see you know how to use a dagger. Go ahead, champ. You want that information so bad? Why don't you go ahead and stab yourself?
Okay.
Need the rules explained to you?
You stab around your hand.
You start at the end of the thumb. You jump in between the finger. You go back to the thumb. You go twice in. You come back out 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Complete the whole hand, not stab yourself. You win the bet. you run your information.
Sure.
All right. Everybody just starts beating, like, and with several other daggers, like the stabbing table has the cadence that they want you to keep to as the game begins.
Okay.
Roll in acrobatics.
And you can, so once on one check before my spell ends, you can add a d4 to the number.
How long does that spell last?
No.
All right. You said acrobatics check?
Yep.
17.
Also, you can roll the dice before.
Sorry, that's not check. 19.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yep, you get going, and you get a majority of the way through it, and you barely nick your pinky on the outside, ever so slightly, enough to draw a bead of blood, but other than that, not enough to stop you from completing it. You may make a sleight of hand check to hide the fact that you stabbed yourself a little bit, before people notice.
Would I be disqualified?
You would have lost the game.
Okay. 16.
All right, it's extremely dim lit in here, and before they can check, they didn't know, you didn't flinch when you stabbed yourself, and so you're quietly able to pocket your hand and put the dagger on the table.
I'm hold on.
Well, finishing the game, you sit down. That's the thing. Maybe you should come around here more often. We get a lot of bets out of you, actually. Yeah.
I got a lot of stuff to do. But maybe.
Yes. Information. Ah, I know this man you're talking about. He was in here with the.
Follow.
Whatever. I'm sure. Yeah. Anyways, they were sitting here drinking, and then funny hat dude, Volo, stands up and just walks out. He kind of wobbly, but he left earlier on. However, the other one, he stayed quite a while into the night, and he was joined by Spiff. What was that person's name? Some spoiled rich noble who likes to rub our noses in it. Likes to throw his coin around, playing a game of 3-dragon ante. Ain't no dragons here. But anyways, maybe I know more. Maybe I want some of the money.
You want to play?
No, playing for information.
Where do we find this noble? What's their name? What do they look like?
Often no makes way down to these parts.
Tell you what, buy me 3 beers. You got yourself a beer.
Sure. I'll walk up and go buy 3 beers. Sure. How many?
Read it.
Read it? Is what 1/10.
Also, do we collect any like actual meaningful winnings from the?
No, those are better for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So, give me a second. This is gonna be fun. Oh yeah.
You're like a goose.
That's my name. That's my name when I was learning the duck. I picked up the third one and started sloshing. Oh yeah. And his friend's like, "Hey man, you can't do that. You know the rules." Prop him up. Anyways.
The gentleman.
Oh yeah. No, you bastards. Anyways, there's a red blonde hair, and the other man,
No.
Noble. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Noble. They were leaving around late. They were leaving late, or much after the other man, and they were kind of. They have too much money. That's not fair.
Here, eat one of
That
these.
is.
It's a good beer. Does that sober him up at all?
No.
Shit.
Wow, man! I feel so full. I don't know what that was, but that was really good.
Got it from the trinket shop down the road. It's purple.
Oh,
No.
this is good.
There's another.
Now, did you happen to see what way they went?
Yeah. Listen. Yeah. So they left. The 3 other people followed him out. They didn't come in together though. And I caught. Spiff, what was it? It was on their back, or their neck. Was it tattooed?
An eye.
No.
A dragon.
Caught you.
A
No.
snake.
Yes. Yes. There's a snake. There's a black snake. Yeah. It's on the back of their necks. All 3 of them.
On the nopal.
I'm the three guys that follow that.
On the nopal.
No! It wasn't on those. On the 3 men that followed him out. I'm pretty sure they got weapons.
You don't happen to know where gentlemen like that tend to hang out, apart from the obvious.
It's the dark boys, man. It's everywhere.
That's fair.
He passes out. Spiff was like, you can buy my man some drinks. It's been a while since he got to be like that. Oh, good night for him. Anyways, listen. I like y'all. I don't know why. Maybe I saw the name, by the way. Anyways, so they left back towards the north, towards the castle border, somewhere up where the rich types go. You might go back that way. Maybe start asking some of the people around there. Maybe they saw something. Those 3 people, they did not look like their friend. Mark my words.
And make our way back to the castle ward. We might have to take a couple of detours on the way.
At some point, whispered to Percy, you think it might have been those folks we saw on the road?
It could have been, but it'd make our lives a lot more difficult to find these gentlemen.
Certainly would. Unless the police find out, or the what are they?
Guard.
Guard.
City guard.
The city guard,
watch.
city watch,
There you go.
found out some information for us.
But the snake tattoos were on our hands and arms, not on the neck.
Good point.
Very good point.
Twing! Bard loses one of his strings. The song suddenly becomes a third of its noise.
I mean, you know,
I haven't heard an
takes on.
owl and mating
He
season.
starts experimenting by
No,
playing
I haven't.
the wrong notes on top of the notes that he can no longer play to try and make up for the song.
Oh, go to church.
Well, maybe we can head our way back up to North. Thank you, gentlemen, for your
Sorry.
time.
What, Percy?
Spiff tips his head.
Come on.
Hey, you guys want to continues plucking the string? Pay me for a little bit of entertainment, y'all have on it.
It's not that much sharp.
Not
Not the bar.
He said he slips him a shirt.
The
gross.
what's his name?
Spiff?
Spiff.
Spit.
He buys it. Holy damn, sir. Thank you. Thank you
Just
both.
to get
Thank
him
you
to
all.
stop playing for a second.
No, Spiff is not.
Not the bar.
I'm feeling a little bit emboldened. Hey, gross, knock it off, man. You're chasing away the patronage. The bar's like,
He's suddenly so wholesome.
huh? Oh, whatever. It costs a little bit.
Coronavirus.
It begins again as you guys start leaving.
So we head out. These people do.
Not entirely sure where to start.
Chasing.
Perhaps now would be a good time for intermission.
We can do that for sure.
Yeah, let's
Heat
hit it up
break!
with an intermission.
Intermission!
I'm excited.
How long are we intermissioning for? 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Grumpy board.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
10-minute intermission break?
All right. Start back at 10:10.
Was that?
10-10.
Boop.
That's exciting.
Boop. And then is this being muted?
blah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Cool. We can get started. As long as I was smart enough to bring the coffee.
Yep, just right over here. Here's my coffee now.
Why? Why? I think I got all of my 20s out of the way during first straw. Like, this dice is just dead now.
Here you go. Okay. I believe in it.
Okay. We just left the Skewer Dragon. You guys are returning
I'm
Yes.
gonna believe in it.
to the alleys of the dock ward.
Heading towards the castle road, right?
Yeah.
That's where they look like the direction they're headed.
Yes. What can you do?
Do any of us have any ability to like track or investigation? Anything like that?
So
Not particularly my forte.
pretty high in perception. And I'm a +3 in survival, but I'm not sure how much that helps in the city, but I think that it has to do with tracking.
It does. It definitely helps in the city.
I don't know if that's paper tracking.
People tracking.
I mean, we can try to give it a shot and see if you can sniff anything out, so to speak. And if not, potentially like make our way to the north, but make ourselves look like targets, so that we potentially just get lucky and run into people who are from the correct gang.
That's an option. I can also assist you with tracking on or potential proficient in survival. Also.
I'm cool with it.
Okay, you
I
know
don't
this well.
necessarily mentally think that it's tracking. I'm just observing.
Looking for clues.
Okay, you can make a survival roll not at disadvantage, but at normal. For his own. You're not really familiar with the city or anything like that, so.
Neither am I.
You were.
Lots.
Are you two opposites today?
I guess.
I just
it's
got
opposite.
stuck between
It's
you.
because I stole her dice.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, give me my dice back.
Wow.
I thought I was the one that was supposed to
I rolled a
first, but-
natural,
breaking the
critical,
rules.
positive, and then I get a plus.
Yeah.
I guess survival's +3, so 23.
Okay.
The best that I could do.
All right. You are acutely aware that there's feet that shuffle all over the dock wards. You guys.
Unicorn feet.
Yeah, you guys start backtracking, and go ahead and give me a perception check.
Me too.
You.
That is
Actually.
17 plus 5. It is 22.
Okay, so you are maybe not faking it, or maybe faking it, but you think you're on the trail, right? And you start going back, and you find your way back out in front of the old Zablok shop. And in a, let's see.
You just came back here to
It's not actually a physical sniffing. It's an aura feeling.
right.
It's just following how I feel.
All the good vibes leave here.
So on the street outside of Zablok's shop, you find a unicorn head that looks like it's attached to a piece of jewelry.
What is that? Attached?
That is just it. It looked like it has like a hole drilled through it so that string could go through. But it's no longer attached to said piece of jewelry.
I point it out.
Oh, I see. So it's like just the unicorn head on the ground.
Just a unicorn head,
Okay.
but it does match the description that Volo has given you.
His druidic focus is on the ground.
No, I don't know too much about druids, so sure.
I mean, honestly, I can't think of any other reasons to wear that. So
Percy,
yes, ma'am.
I believe the man you're looking for is inside.
Inside Zablok.
I don't think I'm leaving with just tea leaves this time.
I mean,
That sounded incredibly ominous.
Pulls out tarot cards.
I'm leaving with a palm reading.
No, he's never. I'm giving them already.
Yeah.
So as you guys are like doing this deliberating out in
This
front of the
wall.
shop, you guys approach. What'd you find there? You find a unicorn? I saw how it got there. You guys look like you got money, so I could perhaps help you. Missing a tooth.
Clout 2.0.
Who is this?
Just a man who came from the alley. He's holding something on his back.
Show me your tattoo, and then maybe.
Tattoos? No, I don't have no tattoos. I ain't caught.
Oh, insect.
Okay, well,
You know he's lying, right? Oh, okay.
Oh, an insect check.
Oh, let's fuck it up. I know he's.
You know he's not lying.
21.
You know he's not lying. Telling the truth.
Don't ask
Okay,
for
you
the
don't
roll.
have your tattoos. What do you have?
I have information.
And probably a
Very nice. I do. You can't be too protective of yourself in this part. He's just waving it around, kind of like brushes his ear a couple times.
I'm less worried about the knife. I'm more worried about the information.
Ah, yes, information. It's always a good commodity down here in the docks.
Can we help him in some way that you would?
Everybody can be helped in the same way in the docks, my friend. The same.
I disagree.
I think this can start reading assistance. I start reaching into my couch for my.
Yeah, I can actually modify the
I
sound.
slightly panic. Like, what are you reaching for?
And I pull out
Big
Let's
ass
go
knife. You best shit that hoe.
5 nibs and the dagger in my hand.
I don't want the money. Okay.
The dagger wasn't for you.
Well. Yeah, okay. So, you're interested in what happened to them rich people? You know, I saw them get run up on. 3 men following them. And all got beat up. Yeah, just like just like they were down the street and tussling and stuff, and just really giving them haymakers. You know, the fights you like to see. I saw it all. I saw it was so good. You might even find a tooth over there. I'm still kind of looking. Keep it as a souvenir. See that too much. No one was getting beat up in the streets, you know.
I'm so looking at that too.
Listen, I know what happened to my tooth. It was gone a long time ago. I'm just saying, I'm fit it back. Anyway,
That's the grossest thing you said today.
I didn't hear it.
He's
Moving on.
No mind.
Anybody else hear that?
they-
Fill me in on what he said.
I'm assuming that the noble and the other squishy one didn't quite stand up against those haymakers. You see where they went afterwards?
yeah, maybe.
Ugh, these people. They're all the same. Why not spread the knowledge?
Because we all be coin-operated down here, lady. Every single one of us.
You
You'll
wouldn't
never
be so
find it.
driven if you didn't have these stones around you. You'd be driven by the energy of the world and not by coin.
His mouth is just hanging over, eyes glazed over, not giving one single lick about what you're saying. You're pretty sure he didn't even pay attention. Listen, I might know, I might not know. It'll take more coin. I'll just be honest with you up front. You could go ask the guy in the shop if you want. I saw you make a ruckus in there earlier. Maybe he'll help you. Maybe he won't. You know something tells me he won't help us.
Alright, how about this? I'll give you 2 more nibs right now. And if your information's good, I'll give you another.
My information's good. Like right now, though, I give you the information. It's good. You give me another
And if
3
it's
right
not
now.
good, equal trade.
I ain't got no lie to you. It's whatever. Just right now, though, like
I
you don't go
know.
check on the information, because I ain't gonna be here later. But you give me the 5 nibs, the 2 now, the 3 after. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's a good day for me. Bad day for whoever's on the other end of those people you're searching for. Anyways, so they went north, right? And there was some tussling earlier. I heard it, and there was, I think, some watch that went down there, and they captured some of them peoples. I don't know that they're associated, but they got the same tattoos right on the back of the neck. What they on their hands.
They weren't.
Yeah, the hands and the arms. You know what I'm talking about. You saw it. You saw it. They're still down there though, because it takes time for the magisters to come out
Tell
to
me
the doctor.
information we don't know.
Anyways, those peoples be associated. Now, they went into the docks, some street down there. I don't know specifically where, because I ain't trying to lose my hands. Right? I don't want to get my throat cut. You don't want that. I don't want that. However, I do know that those people came from the same area of the docks. And if you talk to them, they can probably tell you where they're at. Yeah.
And you know that's impossible. You can't talk to them because says the city guard.
City card. Listen,
Okay, take us there.
I'll make it good. Look, I'll make it good. I distract the guard. You give me a shot. Yeah. I get you a chance. I get you to talk to the guard. You can talk to them. I've done it before. I'm good for it.
This one's
Give me
on
a
you,
shot.
Percy.
Great
I don't know enough
idea.
about how this all works.
Honestly, I just want to see what he tries. I'll pull a shard out.
Oh,
Oh boy, it's gonna be good. The 3 other nibs though. The information's good, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's so much money flying around.
Hey, Passy. Pat. Oh shit. Patty. Your name's Pat. We met earlier. You know me. Listen, lass. I give you a couple nibs. You hold my money safe. Because I don't know if I'm going to be back tonight. You know, it's insane. Tomorrow night, though, you give it back to me. I'll let you keep some of it. And this other lady.
Old Patty gonna run off.
Run
Patty's
off with
like,
some big money.
Oh, man. You always get, is this about that tooth again? Hell yeah, it is. I'm going up now. I just got to do one more job, and then I'm done, baby. We're going to leave these dock boards. We're going to get all the shit.
See, I'm just out here trying to help the locals
Yep.
get their teeth back.
Their teeth
That's
back.
what the money's for.
Ugh.
We got a down payment of 1,000 nibs. I don't need 1,000 nibs. I might as well give it away to the people who need nibs for teeth instead of nubs for teeth.
Whoa, getting real serious.
All right.
I'm gonna start an amputee charity, call it Nibs for Dumps.
NIBS. Nibs is a coin.
For the
Nibs
nubs.
for nubs.
Anyways,
Yep.
so Patty comes up
Give me
and takes the money that you just gave
Yep.
to this man. And says, listen, there's another thing. Just in case it don't work out, I feel bad about taking your money and not being useful. That unicorn head, there's some other blue beads attached to it. Maybe he dropped them along the way. He seemed like he's been on the wrong end of a kidnapping once or twice. Yep. So if you can talk to them, then okay. Maybe you don't need the information. But if you can, you can go follow the beats. Maybe it'll take you where you need to go anyways. Okay. Let's go.
Like fair information to me.
So
And pick up the unicorn head and pocket it.
Percy, you're gonna be the one to have to talk to them. I don't.
before we go, y'all sure you don't want to go in there by the old Zablots anymore?
I think we've had our fill.
Oh man, just gotta try it. I love giving that man one time. I ain't ever gonna buy one of his trinkets though. It's just stuff he pulls from around here, takes from other people's, whatever.
How does he even make money? I don't. Who would buy?
Well, lots of people, and it's in the nobles and stuff. Curious curiosities of the city of splendors. You know, you spend some coin. Well, at least you got it.
They're not too far into the dock board.
Yes.
People get lost wander down before they get robbed. Still.
Speaking of not getting robbed, I got to get this job done so I can get back to Patty soon.
Yep.
That's pretty sure I said Patty and she responded. So
Yep.
There you go on that one. Yeah.
so he just starts like nonchalant, just like full of pep in his step, just like, hey, no, Chippy, we ain't got none. You leave these poor folks alone. They are my friends. And he keeps walking up, and he does this like a dozen times in the different alleys.
If we get associated, the guard might come up to us, right?
Yeah, we'll ring that.
All right. And so you guys, he regales you with tales for about 30 minutes as you guys saunter your way back up closer to the castle board where those guards were earlier.
I asked him for any local traditions, any
Boxing match. Punch a tooth out, it's good luck.
holidays.
Oh, there's tons of holidays. Tonight's a
I
holiday
asked
night.
him about the big stone things in the city. Like,
Stone statue.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. They destroyed lots of stuff when they came. It's almost 2 decades ago now. Yeah. I haven't moved in over a decade. We're safe from all the things. The last one, though, this is a big tall. Well, it's not a bird. You got a big beak and talons like a bird, but a big animal. Anyways, you see some of them on the soldiers that fly around the city? It's like that, but they're bigger. I ain't got the words for it, though. I don't know what it is. Anyways, it came here. Fortunately, it didn't kill nobodies. Right? That's always the good sign, because the other ones, they killed lots of people. Anyways, it took off. It flew. Ain't nobody ever seen a giant 100-foot statue of stone fly through the air. I did. And it landed on the mountain. He points to the northeast or northwest. Over there. You can't see it right now because it's dark, but it's staring at us. You can see it. Yeah. That's how it works. It's easy. Mm-hmm.
I think he got into the wrong stash.
No, miss. I'm clean. I'm clean for at least 2 hours.
The scary thing
Ain't no
I-
bullshit there. You know what I'm talking about.
He's just actually talking straight.
I enjoy the thinking out of the box, but sometimes there's no box. And that's chaos.
That was funny, man. I don't know what you said. Anyways, so
So what are you
Anyways,
going
look,
to
it's
do?
the guard.
the guard. Oh boy, now it's my turn. Let's see.
Why did he, on top of that, that he had to get
Because you didn't hear any clacking.
He just can't pop his knuckles, so he has to every time. Yes! New character comes up.
So he looks over in an alley and he pulls out a stick. Oh, that's probably too long. I don't want shit be dead on me. Cracks it down. All right. If y'all kindly avert your eyes, I'm about to do something despicable.
Take off hat and put it in front of face.
You hear like leather straps being undone as he unties his garments.
Oh, you know, I did not think of that.
Woohoo! Ducktail in front of the guard! He starts running at the guard. He crashes into one and throws some rocks at some. Yeah, you can't get me, little fat people! And he just runs off. Everything hanging out in the wind. And several guards like, the hell? Well, they're almost done here, so yeah, go get him and throw him. He's probably just drunk. Just go toss him in for the night. Not wake him up. So about half the regiment of guards leave and go chasing this man. You just hear "Woohoo!" as he keeps going on. If you listen close, you might hear just an "Oh!" slightly later.
You know what they say.
Most of the rest of the guard have now crowded around. You see that there are less here than before, though. It looks like some of the proceedings might have wrapped up. The 3 bandits are still holding that pose, and they are looking weary, dragged down, and tired at this point. You see that most of the bodies have been removed. Some couriers just moving on. You see the captain just kind of standing there waiting nonchalantly just for the next piece of information to come down.
I begin to scroll up to the group.
Wait,
Oh, wait.
about 60 feet out, the one that's in the center that looks a little bit less worse for wear.
Bandit?
Bandit. I telepathically speak to
Okay.
with mind link. And I'm like,
How does that work?
it's my cash star ability. So I'd have to, is anybody able
It
to
should be
look?
on your character sheet.
Yeah, about that. It was about.
Can you explain to the audience what
So my race is a new race that's was recently released by Wizards of the Coast. It's not just like human, halfling, tiefling, orc. It's called Kalashtar, and it's very mind psychic person. Their abilities are a little bit different. They look like humans, but their mind is split with an entity called the Quarry. So I don't know how to explain that other than it gives me special abilities and I don't dream. I have no connection with dream world whatsoever. And it also gives me the ability to have mind link, which is speak telepathically 60 feet, bonus action, and then to
So
any
she-
creature that I see.
She can speak freely telepathically to a thing, and then as a bonus action, she can give it the ability to respond.
Do they have a chance to resist this at all?
I don't
think
so. I think it's just like it might be a creature. On D&D Beyond, it's being weird.
I mean, they don't have to speak back, but I don't think there's anything that stops them. That allows them to not be touched.
Yeah.
It'd be similar to something.
But it's a very new ability to throw into a new campaign. But it comes with a bunch of the cool stuff and downsides and like lore with the actual race itself. And you can actually read more about it in my backstory that was written, but more importantly, on my character sheet, it goes into all the details of what my race gives me benefits-wise, which if you click on just below my name, it'll pull up my character sheet so you can see all the details. Should be listed there.
Cool. You're talking to this man.
We may be able to assist you. You must help us.
You just see the middle man
Don't
over there perk
panic.
up, and the captain puts his hand on his fiddle. Fuck you, Xanthi. Get out of my head.
I'm just a normal person.
Says them all.
I'm looking for the noble, and I'm looking for Floon Blagmore.
No noble, no black man. Fuck cares, man.
He had a unicorn medallion. And with
No
beads.
unicorn. What do you want, lady?
Do you want pounds?
Sure. How you gonna get me out? I'm surrounded by the guard. I'm due to be murdered.
I could give you a chance if you had any information.
What kind of information you want?
A way to get Floon Blagmore.
I don't know Flume Blackmar, lady. Why do you think I know this Flume Blackmar?
Who would? Anybody else?
Why do you think I would know this Flume
Because
Blackmar?
he was last seen with someone with a snake tattoo on the neck.
Ah. Okay. Maybe I can help you. How am I going to get out of this mess? If you get me out of this mess, maybe I'll help you.
I'll do my best. Tell me first.
Lady, I ain't got nothing to live for.
Let him be. And I relay the information.
Okay.
Not to disturb you, but yes, it's a new thing. We can talk about it at some point.
You know, we're all full of surprises. I wasn't really expecting any of this, but you know, it is what it is.
I don't know how we could help them or get that information.
I don't necessarily help him with the rat cause, but we can maybe talk to the guard and see if we can work something out here. Continue approaching.
I'll definitely be behind you.
Who do you approach?
I kind of approach, I like walk towards the group, like nodding, like knowingly, like nodding at the guard in the guard captain's direction.
Uh-huh.
Greetings, y'all.
Right there, sir. Is it your business?
Absolutely. We were actually looking for a missing person, and we happened to realize that these gentlemen here that we passed by earlier might have some information. We're looking for a man named Floon Bragnar. He had a scuffle with some people of this ilk the other night, and we're trying to get him back home to his wife and Bolo. Both of whom I'm sure are worried equally about his well-being.
Missing person reports, yeah, that happens all the time down here. I have to get out of my doc voice. So, name's Captain Stackett. And
Captain.
Stackett.
Okay.
If you're down here, you'll probably run into me a few more times. Though I do caution you guys. Leave that to the city watch. We'll take care of things.
Absolutely. We were just wanting to see if maybe we could assist in moving things along a little bit faster. Bolo he asked us to help him in any way that we could, and assuming that these people generally have a way of operating, I'm sure, and have a place where they would take these squishy, sure, the noble, but I think he was traveling with one when.
Okay, listen. I'll give you a couple minutes to talk to the men. If you get anything, you get anything. No blood. You cannot harm them. Fair enough. Magistrate gets here, he's going to deliver the punishment himself.
We wouldn't dream of it.
Absolutely.
Right.
Haha.
It's a expectation.
Guard, with these men and lady, question the captains for a few minutes. I need to go see where that transport is and so the ring of guards opened up slightly to let you all in, and they kind of close back around you again, maintaining a perimeter. Captain Saget walks out from the street.
And which one was it?
This one.
Do I know you?
I say hello.
Stop doing that. So weird. First of all. Second of all, working for the wrong guild. Why the hell would I help you?
What?
Listen, lady. We know what those powers are like. We know who runs with those powers. You the wrong guild. In fact, if I was free right now, I'd stab you.
Wrong guild? What's a guild? I mean, what? Am I missing something?
What is he talking about?
Kind of thing. There's a couple guilds.
I'm not from here. Tell me, what is this?
She is not her.
And yet she talks to people in their heads, like a typical Xanthi would. We don't like Xanthis.
Xanthi rhymes with Xanthi. That's what the nickname for Xanthi is.
Xanathar, you dolt. You don't have to act stupid. Jesus Christ. We already know.
We're nothing around here.
I think it's pretty similar to the purple shop down the road. No actual association with the beholders, just happenstance.
Wait a second. Listen. I just killed 3 men anyways. Why don't you just go ask them?
All we really need to know is where your men took our dad. We'd like to get him back.
What do you mean do for me?
Question is met.
Yeah. That's
I mean,
the question.
I'm sure that whatever magister they send this way would be happy to hear that you will comply with helping out other citizens. Might even take it easy on you this time.
You look like you've been here for a bit. Speak a little bit of the dialect. You put in a good word for me?
Sure.
Is it worth anything?
It's worth what it's worth.
Well, okay. We'll just put it up. Listen, I haven't seen your flu, black, blue, whatever. Okay?
Bloom Blagmar. Everyone has
Whatever.
a name.
Yeah, well. Anyways, I ain't giving you mine.
You know,
I did.
I
I'm gonna give
never
you-
heard no true truth in the world now, haven't I?
Gosh. So, I ain't giving you my name because I ain't want to die, right? But I'm gonna die if I don't help you anyways. So I gotta take that chance, right?
We're listening.
I ain't seen your flu, Blackmar, but I do know where we can stay, and if it's an activity that's happening in the dock ward, it's likely to be there. That work for you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And the fact that we're helping out a noble might really put in a good word for you.
Sure.
Especially considering you had nothing to do with the assault and kidnapping of persons.
Yeah, I just helped murder 3 people, but that's regardless. Anyways, yeah, there's a warehouse southeast part of here. It's that purple shop you're talking about, a little bit north of that, and it's called Candle Street. Yeah, look around and find it. It's,
Why is it called Candle Street?
it's just a street name, lady. I ain't in the streets.
They sell candles.
I don't know. I just came here myself.
What do
Working
you
for the
mean
good
you
old,
don't know?
and you just kind of like, points to his tattoo on his arm.
No, it's actually he works for this guy.
Oh my
He works for-
God.
yeah.
Yep, on Candle Street, you find it. It's a
These are
warehouse.
the snake tattoo people?
Jesus,
Yeah.
find it here.
Hello, peppers.
That would be the information that we were looking for.
there's a flame. I'm not surrounded by glass. That was busted a long time ago, but the flame don't go out because I think somebody from the guild made it a magical thing. Anyways, it don't go out and it shines on the warehouse. You can't miss it. Once you find a candle street, you're fine. I think the sign still stands. Yeah.
Percy wants a warehouse. Is that like a werebear? A were-owl?
Definitely not. It's
It's
just a
where we
house
move
where-
product, lady.
Where they move product, that's what it is.
Legal product. It's this guard.
Like beans, right?
Like beans and rice. That's it. That's what these one of the
Yeah,
specialties
like beans and rice.
That's
Anyway, you put that word in for me?
just one word.
Alright, let's get moving.
Not me.
Okay.
What were you thinking of that, Asher? What made you think of that?
It's just this colorful.
Do you put a word in as you guys leave?
I do. I say, as we're leaving, I thank the guard, let them know they can go back and say that the one in the middle, whichever one we were talking to, did help us for what it's worth. I kind of I'm like, he helped us for what it's worth. Like a half roll my eyes when I'm doing it.
They nod to you. We'll take it into consideration. We'll make sure the magistrate goes here to them.
What's gonna happen to them?
They're going to be judged. They murdered 3 people in the street, got into an open assault, were using deadly weapons. Violence in this city is getting a little bit more rampant here in these past few months, so we're putting a stop to it. That's what's happening.
What happens after they die?
Cremation mostly, unless their family claims them, but most don't. These are foreigners anyways.
Do you guys bury your dead here?
Strange question to ask. There's the City of the Dead. It's a ward over on the east side of the city. Bury our dead there, in a way.
Then why do you cremate them?
These things are dead.
Oh.
Is no one in the dock ward doing that?
No, nothing like that. These people, these criminals, actual criminals, they ain't perfect.
Do you know who Xanathar is?
Xanathar? Sure. Who doesn't?
Me.
Oh. Okay. He's an elusive crime boss. Like, pretty sure he runs a guild. Well, he calls it a guild, it's not a guild. It's one of the local factions here. Big nasty types.
I don't want to be associated with this Xanathar.
You definitely don't. Especially not in the presence of some guards. We'd have to arrest you.
That's good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which is why we're keeping our nose clean. Thank you for your time. We'll be on our way.
unless we got some pudding. And then,
They deliver a sloop. That's kind of what you've grown accustomed to as a city watch when they're giving respectful altercations, like leave of conversations with people.
Bye.
Later! Salute! Salute to your mama.
No! Mom's like, what are you doing?
I mean, yeah.
Get out of here, Howard.
All right. What y'all doing?
It's
And
straight
the
to
candle
Candle
street.
What time of the day is it?
It's nighttime.
I don't want to peruse in the nighttime.
We gotta
It's so
find those missing
scary.
person.
You do know that this person has definitely been kidnapped at this point.
Yeah.
And is
Yeah.
with
Time is of
people,
the essence.
with people that murdered
Yeah.
openly in the streets.
Alright, I guess.
I guess we'll save him until time
I
of
guess
day.
I'm feeling a little Liam Neeson. We'll see.
You got a very specific set of skills.
Druidic skills.
They took my dog.
No!
Alright.
They did it.
Where are we going?
Make it away
Candle
from
Street.
Street.
You don't know
It's
where Candle
way
Street is.
downtown.
You know the general
It's
direction.
It's
north
north
of
of the purple guy.
Okay. So do you backtrack to the purple building and then
Yeah.
go north?
Yeah.
And when we get there, I try and go pretty close.
It's like,
When you get there, you literally turn around and you're like, yeah, let's go that way. And you're like, that's literally the way that we just came. when you get back closer to it, you hear. It's a familiar
More
voice.
people needing our money.
No, that's a familiar voice.
Oh,
Is it Clout or is it Tooth Boy?
It's a good boy.
toothless.
Hey, he's like covering him up. Y'all bring back my clothes by any chance?
You know, I think
Man, it's getting kind of cold out here.
I didn't even think of it. It slipped my mind. I should have planned ahead for this. Are they not where you left them?
I don't think I should go back to
I
Listen, I upset a lady
didn't-
real bad with,
I
How,
take
how,
out
how far away is it from where we are
a
currently?
20-minute walk.
The 20-minute walk?
I take out one use of purple tobacco leaves and I say, here, this should warm you up.
I don't touch that stuff, lady. It's okay. Straight edge. Whatever, you're gonna give me enough. I'll go find you some clothes.
I don't want to be a drug dealer anyway.
I want to help him.
Session
20
one.
minutes.
I don't want to
time.
help him.
Yeah.
We're trying to help someone who is slightly more important.
So what's wrong with being clothesless? Do whatever you want.
It's illegal. I mean, there
Is
is.
it illegal to be clothesless in this city?
Yes. All these nobles up here? Are you kidding me? Cause them a fright with what's in between my legs. Listen,
Okay, she would look.
he's covering.
Oh. Well,
That's not very light. If you're gonna stare though, I ain't afraid to take more bribes.
Anyway, we have. You don't have to know where Cannon Street is.
Oh, yes, I do. Yeah, it's like straight north.
it's north. It's this way.
But so, okay, hold on. And he just he does a walk of shame across the street. And it's like, come on, follow me. Don't stare too tight. And then he.
Wait. Before
You have an extra second.
the clothes come and they come in your pack. Are those an additional set of clothes?
Those
Your
clothes that
Those
you
are your
clothes that I'm wearing. Well, as much as I'd love to give them the clothes off my back, I am not going to give them the clothes off my back.
Meanwhile, so Patty, like as you guys across the street, she like gets a little bit closer to you. Give me a perception check.
Oh,
Perception Patty.
She walks in. Hey, don't stare too hard. That's my man. I'll cut you. Then she just backs off.
You were staring too hard. What can you say?
Anyway, so he does the walk of shame and he's like, hey, tune in for anybody with some clothes. I really want to get to where I'm going tonight. And like a shirt gets thrown at him and some trousers get thrown at him. And so
those
he
are nice people.
throws
Brand
nibs. And
clothes.
oh, well, they're not worth a nib. So
Yeah.
they made me.
Some rags, a
Yeah.
bag and a rag.
He like
thrown at him.
looks at the things that are offered to him and like takes the shirt and fashions it to a loincloth sort of thing. And then takes the trousers and puts them over his arms. Leave it on it. Alright, yeah. At least I won't get sick.
Just a hole the crotch for his He's got a crop top now.
Fashion's gotta get sent
Yeah.
somehow.
So he takes
Upside
you all
down,
up towards another street. He's like, look, you take this straight and the little curve right, and then there's a little branch that shoots off to the left. It says King Street on it. I know it's still there. I checked.
Fantastic. What was your name, by the way?
I didn't get one.
Name,
If I gave you one, I'd tell you a fiction. I'm leaving the city. Especially since the watch is after me.
He's got his tooth now. Enough money for his tooth.
I do.
We're gonna get out of this
too,
town.
and then I'm gonna get my own shit. I hope they don't cost too much.
He only got enough money to afford the tooth reattachment surgery. He still has to go find that tooth in the street.
Right. Then he has to stow away on the ship to get out of here.
Yeah, so he directs you guys north. What are y'all doing? How are you traveling to get there?
Walking.
Right?
Are you looking for a marching order? Or
No, that's a marching order, but are you just walking straight there, or are you checking their surroundings? Are you questioning people on the way?
It's dark in the dead of night. I don't have dark vision. You don't have dark vision.
Green torch.
We
Green
do have a
torch.
torch.
Did you light it green?
Yes. But yeah, definitely like doing our best to keep an eye out. Like I'm not necessarily like trying to sneak in dark between alleyways, but I want to make sure there's no one sneaking and darting between alleyways.
Okay, give me a perception check. How'd you guys make your way northeast and upward? Nope, just kidding.
You know, 3. I'm gonna get there eventually.
Just know that if you ask him to roll, it's a fail check. If you ask her to roll, it's a success check.
Had
No
it
matter
been-
what
had
you
it been a group
instead,
check.
just have me roll everything. And it's a surprise!
All right.
Yin
Um,
and
Put
yang.
that juju on me.
The juju's on you, whether you want it or not.
So you guys travel north. You guys aren't really beset by anything. As you're rounding your way onto Campbell Street,
Just around the Kendall Street.
Just around the river of
Rin notices that there's a blue bee, like, nestled up, like in, like almost like a gutter green of a sort, that resembles the description of the necklace.
looks like we're on the right track.
You swallow it.
You pick up the bee.
No.
Good. Good.
Party bees.
So, are these like very clearly worthless beads because no one's picked them up and stolen them, or
No, they look like they're worth something.
okay, pick up the bead to get back to them.
The unicorn head is like the set with like a thin layer of gold on it as well. I mean, it's like made of ivory and stuff.
I mean, it's the dead of night.
You caught it by the reflection of the torchlight that you guys were carrying. So, on this street, it takes a slight curve right from where you're at, but it extends for several hundred feet. You see a open kind of flame that's doesn't move like natural flame. It's clearly there based on magic. That's sitting on top of a lamppost essentially, and it casts a very dim shadow into the courtyard of what appears to be a warehouse. There's a fence in front of it that holds off the yard. It's got a double gate on the front side of it.
I'm gonna have to do this the whole time I cast Detect Magic ritually.
Now would be the time.
It's about a 5-minute walk to the lamppost anyway, so you'll have it mostly halfway casted by the time you get there.
Walks extra slow.
We can scout out the area a little bit once we do that.
Okay. So you guys scout out the area, and the warehouse has what appears to be at most 3 entrances to it. There's a set of double doors, like loading doors, that are on the right side. I guess it's my left side. The stairs.
Your left side?
It's up in front of the street. It's the one that's revealed.
This here?
No,
Okay.
not that one. It's that one. Yep. To the right of that, there's a window that looks like it might be manipulative.
Right. There's a window over
Yeah. And then there are a smaller set of door entries at the back there that you pointed out originally.
Okay.
You
said
guys
there's
are,
a fence around this whole area, or no?
yeah, there's a fence. So you guys are, that's a courtyard, right? So if you think the warehouse, it looks like an L, and then it finishes with a box. That is the fencing. And
Okay, so then we go like this.
Yeah.
Basically.
yeah, and that's what's blocking it all up.
Okay.
You finish casting Detect Magic. You understand that that is a magical flame.
Of what origin?
Location, probably.
Location?
Yeah.
What does that tell me about?
Probably just
Casters.
a perpetual flame spreader.
Yeah, but do we have that association with a guild type or group type or anything? A certain type of caster or people?
That's like relatively low level magic, right?
Yeah, and there's
that
some
it's-
druid things that are like it. Percy, having been in the town for a while, would know the guild name that this comes from.
D&D Beyond.
Also,
They are the Guild of Chandlers and Lamplighters that would have done that.
Okay.
So they have like electricians, but with candles and magic.
Yep.
Me too.
Just like basically someone got tired of their lantern oil getting stolen and then was just like, we're gonna pay you a little extra to install a permanent one here.
Just actively, yeah.
Flame is a second level invocation spell.
Okay. And what
Lasts until
classes?
it's dispelled.
What classes can we?
Cleric, wizard, and artificer.
So pretty.
And it costs, like, the component cost to cast a continual flame is ruby dust worth up to 50, worth 50 gold pieces with the spell consumables. Well, it's
So-
not cheap to put it on continual.
Cleric, whisper.
It's the only one you've seen in Dark Woods. Well, you might have seen one outside. Like,
Artificers.
Sabal shop, but you wouldn't know.
Is that arcane magic?
That's like in that.
So they have to be registered in order
Arcane
to be
or-
electricians in the
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
clerics are
something.
divine magic, so it could have been cast in divine magic. But like you were
It's
saying,
one
it
of
was
those
probably
rares.
the handle people that did it, right?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. So you.
I keep it
That's a
on.
flame that lasts forever.
Yeah, but
Yes.
it stays on forever. I have detect magic for
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yep. You check
10
my
minutes.
class for 10 minutes after it's cast.
Cast for 10 minutes, see for 10 minutes.
Speak with
Okay.
animals in the same way.
What are you guys doing?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think there's gonna be much talking once we get in there. Might be want to prepare for that, but
Are we gonna sneak in?
we
That
can
seems like the
certainly
least
try.
violent way.
why not talk to them?
Because we're here to take their prisoner from them?
Yeah,
Don't you think they'll resist?
they don't necessarily seem much like the talk type. Based on, I'm sure that scuffle in the street that we passed probably started as a friendly conversation, and then just one person says something a little out of line, another person says something even more out of
Can't
line.
we try?
Well, once we try, there's no going back.
I mean, isn't that the same as sneaking in? One just automatically gets a negative response. The other one's a gamble.
I think they're both gambles, right? Yeah.
I think that is true. I think either one. I think being here at all is
None of
living
us are
dangerously.
sneaky, maybe.
I mean, I'm not bad at it.
Barely warm my feet.
Rochambeau me for it.
Something that you guys have been made aware of since you were looking at the courtyard of this is that on the front door, the double doors, like the loading door, you do see the tattooed symbol of the black.
Why don't we just do both?
Sneak in and try and talk to them, or
Yeah.
you sneak in and he tries to talk to them.
So you could try and talk to them, right?
While you guys sneak in?
Or
Certainly.
however we want to split it up. It's just
Why
teamwork,
not?
right?
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Featherdale you.
Teamwork.
Oh, no.
Percy.
I almost forgot.
Okay, how are we splitting up the team? What's the plan here?
I'm going to
I-
the door.
Okay, I can definitely sneak. I can climb up to the top too if we
Doing my
need.
hair.
All right. There's a fence that blocks off the courtyard that gets you to the doors.
Remember that time we stole
And it
those
blocks
bread
out both
rolls?
doors.
Like
Yeah.
What is there a gate to the fence?
There's a double door gate to the fence. It's just right behind it.
Okay,
Looks
and what's
shut.
it? What's it shut by?
It is just held in place there. You can see that they're just sitting there.
So if they were to sneak in, what can they sneak at? Is there like a window?
Yeah,
that
so there's a
isn't
window, a door, and a fence with a door.
Okay, so this is a rust-based entrance over here, right? So you're not gonna go over there.
Right. We haven't seen the other side of the building either. Is there more windows or other like doors on the backside?
So
You can go back there and investigate.
from here on, you're being stealthy.
Yes.
I'm trouncing up to the front door,
So you're going.
but at a slow pace.
You're going to the front door of the fence. There's only one door to the fence. You have to get past
So
the
to get to these doors, you have to get through the fence door.
Yeah, go do my best.
Okay, so you're at the fence door. What are you doing?
Is it open? Can I open it?
So you push on it?
Yeah.
It opens.
Okay. I can walk in.
We can maybe slip in and try to swing around the back. Maybe there's
Does the
another
fence go all the way
The
around?
fence actually shuts you. It's a courtyard. It's a fenced off courtyard.
Okay.
So it's
So
like a
I
front
wanna
yard that's closed in.
Sneak around the backside. See what's back there.
Yeah, I'll follow with it.
It'll take you 7 minutes to do.
I was
Give me a
really
perception
hoping
check
so.
when you're in there. Are you guys still having a perception?
No, that's why I'm going with it. So that I can be sightful.
I'm really
I'm just gonna be
with
trying to see in the dark.
my 8. But I have beautiful eyes.
It's actually not that hard to spot this. So as you guys are moving along, you guys put the torch away or put the torch up?
I'll put the torch out probably by the time we've gotten here.
Yeah, you guys still have some of the residual candlelight on this one. So in the courtyard, which is all cobblestone, you see an arrow shot through a black flying snake. It is dead on the ground in the courtyard. It's only like 6 inches long. It's got 2 little wings, and it resembles very remarkably the tattoo that you've seen on people and on the door. You guys walk around, and it's kind of like cramped because the dock wards are not known for their spacious yards.
Yeah.
Obviously. You don't see any other entrance way around. It takes you about 7 to 10 minutes to case the whole thing.
Okay.
But no other points of entry. Make stealth checks, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm being stealthy.
You don't make stealth check.
Yes, I have a 20.
I rolled a 20, so I have a 25.
Nice.
Nobody in Waterdeep or anywhere in the world knew that you guys just traveled around that building.
No one knows we just did that useless thing. Okay, you said, can you describe the arrow thing? I didn't quite understand that. There's a drawn arrow, or
No.
like somebody shot across
Somebody
the board
shot an
into a-
arrow through a black flying snake. It is dead on the
like a
cobblestone.
living creature
Yes.
that is no longer dead.
Yeah. The tattoos
Oh.
resemble that of a black flying snake. Right.
Okay.
He's
That's your specialty. Dead animals?
Eerie, for the record, does not like snakes or spiders. My character loves them.
What about flying ones?
Loves them. All creatures.
Okay.
Even flying mosquito bugs until they zap their death. Yikes. Yeah, no, I'm trouncing up to the front door.
Is there anything that she would notice,
You
like,
put that in like the middle of the courtyard.
in particular about this, like, dead snake?
Also, I do have my,
Give me a nature check on the dead snake.
Don't let anyone know that I'm a druid that may or may not have nature. 13.
Okay. You are aware that black flying snakes can be kept as pets of the sort. They can be taught to do certain things.
Cool. I keep my eye out for them.
There's one in the pavement. It's
Ah.
dead. You also know they
Wait, do
don't
I
take
know-
getting shot through by arrows very well.
Yeah, that's a little strange.
So is it like a person who normally has like a pet dragon, right? Pseudo familiar, or is it kind of like, oh, here are my cages of 100 birds?
You wouldn't know that, I don't think.
So,
13 doesn't mean
let's talk about the situation here, right? Okay. So if I were to come up with a crazy idea of what happened here, right? Okay, bing bang boom. These are the hideout of the black flying snake tattoo people.
Right.
They probably have a pet black flying snake,
Right.
which has an arrow through it, meaning they were attacked. So there may be another gang that attacked this warehouse and killed their defending snake thing. So inside, maybe somebody, for example, another gang wanted the prisoners that the black flying snake people had as a
Right.
prisoner,
Right.
and so thus attacked the black flying snake people. So we may be walking into an empty warehouse, or one filled with people fighting each other, or one's filled with a different gang, or one's filled with the black flying snake gang.
Or
Only one way to find out.
Yeah.
we walk in and nothing's going on and no one's there except for a bunch of dead bodies, and we walk out. The city guard's like, "Hey guys, what happened here?"
I mean,
More
You
like
want- you
what
want-
happened here.
You want to have post rocks out for a lookout for the city guard?
I do not have Rax with me. I intentionally leave him like in the end. He's not a.
Okay.
I do
He
not.
probably doesn't want to come to one of the hungrier districts that don't have a lot of money.
Yeah. So
I don't take him on trips.
do we want to post a lookout for something like that, or do we want to just like risk it and go in as a squad and stay safe?
How are you guys having this conversation? Some of it was meta, but it's like starting to enter the point of like what your plans are.
Yeah, like we're probably not having this conversation. She's walking up to the
I'm
door.
trouncing up. That's
Oh,
what I'm
you're
No,
Alright,
doing.
then that's what I-
we cased the outside
Uh-huh.
of the place while she was walking up. So.
So I'm going to cut off the meta conversation because that would require an actual conversation.
Cool, I'm ready.
All right. You move up the door. How do you move up the door? Silently or attempting to be sneaky? Or
No, I just walk in.
Okay. As you start stepping up the stone steps leading up to the door,
Traps always. I don't check my map. I walk blindly and hope my PM has me covered.
Oh yeah.
what is your
Wait.
what is your passive perception?
My passive perception is fucking high. It's 15.
Okay. So
Yikes.
as you walk up the steps, you hear a ruckus and you hear screaming, and then you hear like tables kind of being shifted around and stuff.
That sounded like animal noises. Can I make a check if it's animal or human?
Sure. Accept the check.
You know, there's one thing I'm good at. It's a 24 because animal noises are my
If
forte.
there's one thing I'm good at, it's anything that I roll for.
They sounded like an animal of avian nature. Bird. Avian.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume it's flying snakes. Do I know
Correct.
anything about
Flying snakes do not make bird sounds.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
You didn't roll a 24.
Okay.
Your character rolled a 24 with the player.
Yeah. So I.
The ruckus that you hear is of sizable nature, though. You hear like shifting furniture and stuff.
Oh, that poor thing. Okay.
It sounds like multiple things.
Poor things. I get in there. I'm gonna calm the wave. I don't have treats in my pocket, but I'm ready.
So you open the front door? Oh, which door did you go to?
I don't even swing it open.
It'll be the stone steps.
I will creak it and try and slip in like a dog's trying to run in.
So, will you place your mini on those steps?
Yep, I'll do my best. Although, why is my character so blindly, lovingly stupid?
So you just try and open the door?
I'm gonna try and whoop it and then zoop it in.
Alright, well, as soon as you grab it, you realize that it is locked.
Shit!
There's more scrambling.
Shoot! I guess I'm stuck here until shitheads get here.
So you two arrive back around during this time to
I'll
the
be
gate,
like,
and you hear that the exasperated tones of somebody not able to get inside a building that they wanted inside of, and you come around and you see that your view companion is staring into a window. When you get closer, you realize that it's been painted over on the inside, though. You can't really see anything.
That's fine. That is smart.
I mean, how dare they?
Well, so at this point, there's three entrances.
Ooh, at this point, you hear me cursing, and what languages does everyone know?
Ooh. I know
Common
Sylvan.
and infernal.
Sylvan or Elven? I know Common, Dwarvish, Elvish, Sylvan, and Thieves'
Jesus.
None of you know Corey.
No.
No, I did
No
see there was a
reason.
drop down selectable language, and I was like, no. There's no reason.
We've discovered a new eerie language. It's Corey.
I have 5 languages. I've got Common, Druidic, Primordial, which won't kick in until later, Sylvan, and Corey.
So we both speak Sylvan, and then Ryan, what language is
Infernal and common.
Common and Infernal?
Yeah. I'm chilling.
And I also have the mental be able to speak. Yeah.
I got some of my languages from your background, and then one from race or something.
I also speak in
Yeah, so
animal places. I don't know this.
Do you hear any like sound coming over there?
Any sound from the thing?
Yeah.
No.
Hmm.
Oh, there's some fake like breathing and stuff going on.
Do you need animal noises?
We can,
I've got it.
we can make the animal noise too. There you go. Hear that? I'm gonna walk up to the.
That's actually what you do.
We gotta save them.
I'm gonna walk up to the other door and
Oh boy,
try
howdy.
and like fiddle the door.
Okay. You also realize that it is locked.
I would like to attempt to pick the lock.
All right. You have thieves tools. All right. You may use your thieves tools to pick the lock.
I learned this in monk school.
I just imagine he's like breaking into Master's headquarters, like, gotta get in there and get that knowledge.
Hey, when you're part of this partially secretive organization, you gotta know how to get your way beyond past the door. But do I know how to get my way past the door? 13.
So you insert your thieves tools into the lock, and it rotates and it starts to bend. You let up a little bit, and then you try again. It unlocks.
I peek inside.
Give me stealth check.
Yes. 20.
Okay. And give me a perception check.
15.
Okay. Tables and chairs have been carelessly tossed across the floor. The corpses of a dozen men lie along the walls, their rapiers and daggers lying nearby. On the north side of the area, stairs rise to an open level above. Other than that, you do not see anything except for dozens and dozens of crates.
Where does it sound like the scuffle's coming from?
You did not hear it, she did.
Do I not hear it now?
Oh
You do
my
not.
gosh.
Oh.
I'm not saying that I'm
Does
having
it like
some
stop
stress.
then? Or
Yes. She, like, when she attempted to jostle the door and was letting out her straight side, she heard rustling in there. She heard the sounds that she heard. And
I wave for Percy
stairs will be around here in this back section.
and go inside.
I take off my hat and kind of like I hold it in front of my face and point around the corner, and you hear my voice in a whisper in your mind, and it just says, "Hey, we got the door open over here. Also, you can reply to this message."
We all have a way of tracking it.
I say, perseverance. See? And then I walk over.
I swore the message had like a word limit, but it totally doesn't. Huh? You can just.
It's sending stones and message stones or whatever. I think that have a word limit.
That's true. Also, the bigger sending spells.
What was the Brad?
Fuck off.
Magic
Yeah,
mouth.
that was Magic Mouth.
Magic Mouth also has word limit, I think.
Yeah.
Also,
Okay.
just for clarification, if this turns out like the last animal warehouse that / jail situation that we had with a certain tiger, I may burn the house down.
That's why you didn't bring your squirrel with you.
Didn't.
No.
Also, what's that noise? What's that Pokemon?
Who's that Pokemon? It's a thug in a warehouse.
So once she catches up and makes it back over there, I sneak in with her.
I definitely sneak ahead.
All right. Everybody's rolling initiative.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not excited
check-
about
yeah.
it.
I rolled average.
Yeah, wow.
Me too.
We already have Durnan and Co. I'm sure Durnan.
I have.
Yeah. Will you write Ren, Asher, and Percy on the back of that? We're gonna
Oh
change
yeah,
it.
so you can see.
Yeah.
Will you,
Nice.
someone with better handwriting. right? Percy, Rin, and Astra on the back of Percy, Rin, and Astra.
Half the Grove.
Well, I'll brandish my sword.
Alright, Colin. Dragon or booby dragon?
Booby dragon.
Yikes.
Always booby dragon, Ryan.
What were your initiatives?
12.
12.
9.
You probably have more dice.
Oh,
The Kinku will be first.
The who?
a who?
The Kinku.
And who?
Where's the string?
There's 1.
So Erie got a 9 and you two got 12.
Yes, sir.
Who has more Dex?
He does.
I do. Is any of our stealth rolls that we rolled that any of us rolled relevant in this situation?
Don't know yet. Who entered first, by the way?
Red.
He entered.
I had this one.
He entered, and I sent the message to her and waited for her to catch up to it.
And I definitely went ahead of them.
Also, message is so weird. This actually.
I'm curious if there's any mistakes on any of these cards.
It might be. Well, I looked this one up. It's mad. But so magical silence stops it as a barrier, not like you casting it in magical silence obviously stops it, right? But it can't go through magical silence.
That's pretty cool. You just had magical silence across the whole city. Also, that'd be an awful place to live. Somewhere with magical silence over the entire place.
Or just like lines of magical silence.
Yeah,
You mean a sensory deprivation tank?
but just over the whole entire city and only
That'd be
sound.
dope.
That would be dope.
You still feel stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right. They will be getting a surprise attack against Ren.
Red.
Yeah, so tables and chairs have been carelessly tossed across the floor. The corpses of a dozen men lie along this back wall here. 4 short, alien creatures with long beaks and black feathers look over in surprise from where they stand in the middle of the warehouse. Oh, they're not standing in the middle of the warehouse. Each wear a hooded cloak and wields a short sword.
How many?
4.
I see.
Yeah, because of the jostling earlier, they have all taken defensible positions hiding from the would-be intruders. You would also know that as monsters in nature, this is not a place for them to be, which is inside the city of Waterdeep. If the guards were to know of this, they would seek to eliminate these things.
Oh, these aren't like. These are so they aren't like
These are bad.
they're not.
They're beast.
They're Kinku.
They are Kinku?
Yep.
So if I was playing a Kinku character, would I be murdered?
You would have conversations before they would have you.
probably be along the lines of playing a goblin character, I assume.
Yes.
That's the game.
So they're humanoid / beast, and being here would be a bad thing. So if we knocked them out,
An arrow is flying at Percy in the darkness, but he can see it. What's your AC?
My AC is 15.
I said Percy, but I meant Ren.
I cannot see.
You cannot see.
I don't have dark.
That's okay. What's your AC?
14.
You feel more than see an arrow just whiz by you. Its feathers literally rustling your horns as it goes by, and you hear it crash against the warehouse wall behind you, splintering upon impact.
Okay.
I probably should.
So we will start combat then.
Yeah.
The Kinku are up.
Oh, the sounds of birds were the Kenko.
God damn it.
They weren't even animals at all.
You have another arrow launched at you. This one will definitely hit.
Okay.
You will take 7 damage.
Okay, I'm at 3.
Yep. As an arrow lands in your side, puncturing your armor. Another arrow. Will miss.
Okay.
Again, really close. It snags on like your leggings and rips.
Do you wear leggings?
I have legs.
He does have legs. He has leggies.
Put your leggings in the air like this.
All right, Ren's turn.
Yes, that's me. Don't really have any way to deal with the situation particularly well, as my primary form of combat requires 2 hands. So I will fire an arrow at where I think the Kenku is.
Okay.
At disadvantage, right?
At disadvantage, and they are currently hiding behind things. So they will have cover.
Okay. I don't know how to.
I give them an AC bonus.
Try to make my attack.
Yep, at disadvantage.
12.
That is a miss. You move anywhere. You do not know if the 2 beats down there. You only know the 2 arrows that fire.
Yeah. I tell Percy we should fight outside, maybe, and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. This is difficult terrain to move through an hour, right?
No, you're no difficult terrain here. It's actually something. You're in the courtyard.
Okay. Because there's a light out here, right?
Yes.
Oh, so my detect magic still going?
So I'll go out and around outside the
No,
door.
it has been about 10 minutes. You've been in the courtyard for longer than that. You have not sensed anything magical in nature. And as your friend comes running out, you can clearly see like a black feathered arrow sticking out of his abdomen area. Just being pulled back out. His voice a little bit perturbed by the onset of pain.
The actual feather.
Mass of the feather,
How big is the feather?
like this one. There's 3 of them that attached to the stabilizer.
Okay. I will take out my crossbow and peek in a fire at this guy before I take out my wall. I have 60 feet of dark vision, so I should be good.
You're good. 1 second. This will be at advantage.
Okay.
They do not have that vision.
Ah.
Oh, then I shouldn't have been at disadvantage, right?
That is true.
Do we re-roll that, or?
I rolled them with disadvantage too, so we'll keep it up.
20.
That is a hit. For sure. Which one are you aiming at?
The one back there by the fireplace. 9 points of damage.
Let's go! Do we know anything tactically about them? Are they animalistic driven? Can we assume that they will chase?
I assume they're like thinking human beings, basically, but bird things.
Sort of tuck and roll back.
Okay, so you peek in. You have crossbow, and you see this Kenku hiding behind a box. He thinks that somebody's down there, and is completely exposed to you. And you literally just put an arrow underneath of his arm, and it goes into his ribcage. Now he's looking at the right direction. He's looking very worse for wear though.
I step back away from the door, not knowing the situation. If they're in there, they've only got one way out. let's wait.
As far as we know, yeah.
I will prep to cast Entangle on anything that comes out that door.
Okay, so
Where are you standing?
I will step in front of Percy, I guess. Sorry about your life. Wait,
You're fine.
I've got a 20-foot entangle. So I'll do, I guess, this area or this area. If those are 5 feet or 10 feet.
Okay, so you are readying an action, and your trigger is based on if you see anything in that
Come out
doorway,
that door.
come out that doorway.
In the doorway.
Okay.
I'm looking to stop something from attacking or stop something from, so we can take our opportunity.
Okay.
Like,
and
they
you
were locked
actually
in, right?
you'll mark off your cast for that spell.
Okay. I got you, bro. Hey, my first spell.
Yeah. Real spell.
Wow.
Yeah. You need to go make a roll. He makes it. Okay. Several things happen. The scratching and squawking gets louder as you can hear voices running up to the doorway. In the same time span, the door behind you crashes open as a kangaroo literally just rams into it, breaking and splintering the door.
Why
Another
did
one
they do that
emerges.
the whole time?
Another one emerges and sees your backs to them and shoots at Percy.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, that one is within vision. You may cast your entanglement spell. What happens?
So, a creature in the area where you cast the spell must succeed on a saving throw, on a strength saving throw, or be restrained by the entangling stance until the spell ends. The spell lasts for concentration 1 minute.
Okay, and you said it's an area effect?
Yes. 20-foot square.
And where is your point of origin that you're casting? Since you just saw that first one.
I think I'm going to do door line. If I'm including a door frame.
Door line in the back or door
Door line
line
in the
out
back.
the steps? Okay. So both of them will be making saving throws. You can definitely hear that the other one is approaching at the same time. What is the DC?
Ooh, of my.
Yes.
It's
This
so
the
loud.
squawking started.
It's very spotty.
Spell save DC is 13.
They both fail, and they are restrained, you said?
They are restrained.
Okay.
It must use its action to make a strength check. On success, it frees itself.
Okay. The one that emerged from the back through the broken door that the other one made for it shoots an arrow at Percy, making a 16.
16's a hit.
For my first entangle, feels so good. Ola would be so proud.
6, as you are taken kind of like in your left track from behind. You can see a very like almost claw / beak visaged kind of broadhead on the front of it just poking through the trap. You can make a very safe assumption that there are black feathers on the back of this one too. All right, that is. You said that they have to make an action to escape.
Yeah, if they want to be unrestrained, they use their action to do so. Otherwise, they just stay there.
They do. So since you cast this on their turn, they still have their actions. They will both be trying to get away from the violence. That's 2 19s. So they both like start running towards the door, and these magical vines just start creeping up and like crawling around their feet. You can clearly start seeing that front one since it's just barely in the edge of light. You can see black beak just kind of squawking and making those awful noises, and you can just hear feathers rustling, and then a whole bunch of flapping at once as they start realizing that they're trying to be rooted to the ground. They start scratching and clawing at it, and one of them gets the bright idea to pull out a sword and starts hacking away at it. And the other one following suit does the same, and they both freed themselves, but are done for the turn. Next up, Rin.
Okay. I will fire a arrow at the one that is closest to us.
Okay.
And I'm no longer at disadvantage?
You're no longer at disadvantage.
8.
Yes.
I will move back closer towards the light. Like over here.
Towards the light.
The light is actually coming from down there.
Okay.
And then you are basically up against the fence wall now.
Oh, right. Okay. Sure.
Chris.
Let's go.
Those two are within 5 feet of each other?
Yes.
Okay. I think that I will be acid selection. The 2 dex save, that each of them makes a dex save. DC 30.
The one that shot at you failed. He was fidgeting with his bow. The other one makes it.
Okay.
Most of the wreckage of the door blocking the acid.
3 points of damage. From that boy.
Just horrible screech sounds come out, and you just hear "ow!" It sounds kind of like a man from the docks saying "ow." As just a ruffle of feather strips flapping itself where the acid scorched it.
I think that. I think that I duck back behind right here.
There are crates and barrels that are kind of stacked outside the warehouse too, that you can find some cover from those assailants there.
Okay. Perfect. That'll be in my turn.
Okay, Astra.
I shillelagh and run up and swing.
The one in front of you.
Bonus action, run up with my quarterstaff. Did you know what shillelagh is? For druids, it magically empowers your weapon. It's dope. So I do that. Peachy. Peachy glow, and I swing at the one that is directly in front of me on these
Okay.
steps here.
The person up to the steps, please. You make your attack.
Yeah, let's do
Whacking.
it. No!
Baskin.
Killed her. Husband.
Whack him
So
with a peach.
he's a little bit nimble, this one, having just
5 is 7.
having cut away the ropes, and he's just like bending down. He picks up just in time to pull his sword up to block your stuff. It gets really close to his face, but he redoubles and pushes you off.
We don't have to fight.
Squawk. Oh
Yeah.
bullshit! I know you can speak.
Ow!
Now.
All right, Keiku's turn.
Now.
Squawk.
I think the ones in entanglement at the start of their turn make a saving throw to be re-entangled. Is that correct? How does the entanglement?
Great question.
Here.
I don't know if it's the same as like web and stuff. Or it may just be a one
I
time.
think it's a one-time thing. I don't think it sticks
Tingle's pretty
around.
badass.
I don't think it sticks around like rubber grease. I think it's a one-time thing. They have a
It
chance to make
It might be the one that
saving
makes
throw.
it difficult to rain.
It makes it difficult to rain, and any creature that's in the area at the time that it was cast, it has to make that save or be rated. So mostly it's just vines that come over and are really knobby, and they make the ground just go like it splinters up the floorboards and just makes a mess out of that area. Several more proactive vines are trying to root them. They've cut them away. They did not regrow, so they're free to do.
Okay, cool.
All right, the one closest to you had a short sword up, and he is now attempting to stab at you.
Me?
How about me?
Adopt you.
No, that'll be it.
I have 15 armor class.
21
That is a huge.
Heat.
for 4 damage.
Alright, I am at 6.
Okay.
The other one is that has the barb sticking out of his chest from where you shot it earlier. Is trying to peek around and find a way to get at the mage, but they're clamoring fighting at this point, and is wary of the vines. Has to rethink his situation. He pulls back a little bit into the warehouse and is waiting for an opportunity for his friend to get out of the way so he can shoot another arrow. These two are both going to be taking shots at that person. What's your AC?
15.
All right, they rolled a 16, but since you're behind cover, you have more AC than what
Yeah. Need cover.
you cover. So yeah, the first one went wild. You like just bounces off the cobblestone next to you, splintering. The other one, right in front of you. They retreat inside just a little bit, standing on the inside. So one to each side of the doorway. It is Ren's turn.
Okay. I shoot at the one that's in front of me.
Okay.
16.
It's a hit.
Okay. And I'm shooting at someone who is in melee combat with my friend, so I get sneak attack.
Sneak attack.
Sneak attack.
Zero.
Use the roll.
This is, I think, my first time getting to use sneak attack.
Yeah.
Is it 1d6?
Yeah, it's one. So that is 4, 5, 6,
How did it
7,
not click?
10
I thought
damage.
he was just saying he was sneaky. I didn't.
Use a
Got a
robe.
lot
You
of
got
things.
thieves
I'm
tools.
sneaky.
Oh my
I
gosh.
A little bit more adept at shooting a bow than what perhaps the other adversary was. Rin takes a rather death shot, timing the strikes in between your melee battle with this thing. And as you duck out of the way, an arrow zooms by you and hits him right in the stomach. He's like clutching it, eyes wide in horror, out of what just happened to him. You can see that his grasp on his sword is really weakened, and his eyes start filling with fear. Percy.
Percy. Let's go. Do it.
Which one of those did I hit before? Of these two did I hit with the acid blast?
Hit the right one.
The right one? Okay.
The correct one.
Okay. I'm going to move out to make sure that I can see this one here. And I'm going to guiding bolt him.
Okay.
Me attack roll. I guess I'm near the torch, so I probably do not have any advantage or anything for dark vision.
You do not. Yeah.
How about, what's my spell to hit? That's pretty nice, a 16.
So, and you're using guiding bolt? How does
Yes.
it manifest?
What was that?
How does it manifest?
So it's basically just he kind of like stumbles out and is like grumbles and reaches into his shirt and pulls out the weathered holy symbol, and then like this blast of light comes out of his head.
So the Kenku had been taking up residence inside the doorway, just barely peeking out, but you saw that was beat. You knew they were right up against the doorway. So you shoot your guiding bolt, and at the last bit as it hits, it just curved ever so slightly, and it blasts to the right, hitting him from behind his cover. And we roll damage.
Oh yeah. 4,
Kind of.
5, 6, 7, 8 damage.
Hey,
That is so bad.
that's
so-
better than no damage.
So unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
So this
So sad. So
do anything else?
No. The next, he's glowing currently. The next attack man has advantage.
Okay. His bird brain is trying to process what the hell just happened. He got hit by this blast of light that he thought for sure he was going to be ended, but yet he still stands and he's alive for the
still
moment.
standing.
So he just kind of like twitches his head and
Get your shit together, man.
Astra.
Shillelagh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna bop this boy so good.
Bop him.
I don't want to kill, but I want to bop him.
Okay, bop him.
Pop it, twist it, pull it, miss it.
You miss it. However, you're still entangled in this combat with him. The bird will not be shooting at you. So,
Big ol' yikes.
what you doing? Anything else?
Well, you know, I stayed here.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Then it is bird turn.
I rolled
Bird turn.
7.
Bird turn. All right. The fight of sword versus staff. Which is mightier? 14 against Eerie.
No, it's a miss.
All right. So he's just like clutching his stomach, and you can see like a blackened kind of blood seeping through his finger at this point. And he had touched it with his other hand that he was grabbing the sword with, and his finger slipped. He just tries to make a thrust against you, and you parry it with your staff, and it almost goes out of his reach. You're barely holding on to it.
I'm cool.
One of them, the one that you blasted with the light, he attempts to hide as best he can.
Shine bright like a diamond.
You see a glowing path of light recess into the warehouse, squawking about using feathers that are left behind after getting shot. You hear immense squawking back there, not hiding very well, either by sound or by sight. The other one is going to make an attack against you, though. Peeks out from around, rolling 13.
13 is a miss.
All right, once again, hitting in the barrels. You hear angry squawking in that direction. And then the bow. He's going to risk it. He steps to the right as his friend goes down in a very bad time, well timed sense of anguish from the arrow protruding from him. He's going to shoot 13.
Miss.
An arrow goes whizzing by you and through the fence and hits into the wall across the alley. You hear a distant little crack as it strikes. It is now Ren's turn.
All right.
Let's go.
We're gonna take out one of these boys.
I believe this.
24 to hit.
On the one in the doorway?
Yeah.
Okay, let's hit.
And 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. 10 damage.
Okay. This one is going to clip him in the left arm, and it's going to puncture. He drops his sword, and he holds onto his arm, and he drops down and just like retches just from the sheer amount of pain. And he just starts scrambling into the doorway. Are you smacking him as he's crawling away?
Yes. Opportunity attack.
I've done like 27 damage to this stupid bird.
Nope.
I've been for 20 myself.
Rolled a 22.
All right. You clock him in the back of the head as he's rolling away, and
Yeah.
then goes out.
Lock him for 11 damage.
Oh. Okay. Well, there's your damage.
Gosh.
All right. Anything else?
Nope, that's it for me.
Okay. Person.
How covered is Glowy Boy back there?
He's behind barrels.
Okay. That is just fine. I will instead take a shot at the dude behind the doors. Make me crossbow. Yikes. A 9.
This is a no.
Go back over here.
And
Barrels.
Astra.
Barrels.
I think at this point I'm running inside.
Okay.
Straight towards this boy and swinging.
Okay.
I'm gonna swing with us is 11.
That is a miss.
Wait. Do I math right? 12.
It's also a miss. But you are now in his face.
Yes, and in your face.
Face.
Hello, friend. You missed this? I am here too. Don't you very nice.
Yeah.
You like them.
Okay. Kenki's turns. The one in front of you, super frightened, knows that there's something in front of his face and is going to shoot at it with a short bow.
How far does the light from guiding bolt extend?
Guiding Bolt Light should be done. Yeah, it ends at the end of my next turn.
Okay. 18. 18 to hit on Astra.
That was a definite hit.
Okay. You'll be taking 5 damage.
fine.
Join the flying
Still
club.
standing with 1 HP.
Everything is awesome.
You're part of a team.
One in the doorway. Can't see what's going on over there. Knows that its friend's in trouble, but the other one is no longer standing out in cover, and it knows that if you could just land a hit. So it peeks out, and it's just, this gotta be it. We ain't got much. Shoots, and is wildly off. It just goes completely off in the distance. You're not sure what happened, but you think you heard a bowstring snap.
Happens to all of us. Yep.
The other one from way in the back is going to make a very difficult shot at you. You cannot see him though, which helps.
Can't speak. What up?
Huh?
Why
He's
can't
got jerk.
Oh, you can see him.
Yes.
Okay. It does not matter.
Okay.
Because it is really tough. So he shoots, and you hear the twang. You hear the arrow flying, see it, and it hits the door.
Barrels.
Just like right in front of the door, of the splintered part. There's a 2x4 that's still hanging, like kind of tattered together on the door, and you can just see it puncture through. If that wasn't there, you think it might have, left its mark. That was all 3 of them. Okay. It is your turns again, Ren.
Okay. I'll move up to here and shoot at this one.
Right.
And it can't see me and I can't see it, so it's normal rolls.
I believe in you.
8.
Well, it wasn't aware of your presence, and it wasn't aware of the arrow that flew by it.
Yep.
And it wasn't aware that it hit the wall behind it. It's scared of this thing it can't see in front of
Maybe
it.
you're just scared to possibly hit me.
We're
Percy.
working on it. We'll get there.
I think I'm doing the same thing. I'm just gonna move out and shoot at that guy right there, and then move back in. Strats. Hopefully, I rolled a 22.
You hit.
Nice. And then,
That's their armor class.
that's the armor class.
Wow.
6 points of damage.
All right, so the one in the doorway,
Yes.
Aw.
shooting him with the bow.
The crossbow.
Crossbow. Okay. That bolt takes him right in the arm. You hear a squawk of very immense pain. You guys are getting used to that sound effect, as you have injured all of them pretty seriously at this point.
We're getting there.
Astra.
I mean, it's like, not
Swing.
this dice. This dice is pretty bad juju right now. I'm gonna let you. Dun 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 dun. With
Yeah.
a 17.
That is a hit.
And I'm gonna do this.
I believe in you.
Yes! That's 8, 9, 10, 11 damage.
All right. So it only having a bow and not still able to see you, you finally get close enough that you think you can just barely make out something blacker in the area than the rest of the general ambiance of the
It's
warehouse.
spooky.
And so you feint. He pulls his bow up and you just crack him underneath the beak, and his neck just goes, and he just falls out flat. The other birds immediately upon hearing this start just squawking extremely loud.
That's a good
And-
thing. Keep it up. I can hear you.
They start fleeing. So, since none of you guys are melee distance, these things are probably gone. This one just takes out in a storm of feathers.
They just like jump over the fence gate over there, or the fence over there.
Can Kenku fly?
This one makes it all the way to the fence. This one just walks to the fence.
Oh, there's a footnote door over there too.
Yeah, they're the only entrance.
That'll be the ones that we came through.
Oh, I thought it was over here.
Alright. That one's mostly to the end. The other one is gone.
And we can't take chase. It's going to be illegal. We do weapons. In the streets, even if it's
I
bad
think
guys?
that would look worse than we would want it to.
I don't know whether we really need to take chase either.
Okay, let me give you a description of the rest of the things that are happening.
Okay.
There is a Kenku that is bleeding out in the corner over here. He is unconscious, unable to stop the bleeding. Short, ragged breaths are indicating that he is near the end of his lifespan unless somebody intervenes. He's got 2 arrows sticking through him. He's not dead, but he is bleeding out.
Okay.
And-
I'm not trying to kill.
Yeah, they're shot with arrows. And if he can't stop himself from dying, then somebody else should apply out to it.
Okay.
Uh,
So the one in front of me is bombed?
the one in front of you is definitely bombed. He'll probably wake up in several minutes once he gets over the fact that.
I hit him a few more times, so it's hours.
But you can go and apply assistance to the bleeding out one if you do not wish him to die.
Yeah, I do that. I drag this knocked out one over to the corner. And, hopefully I'm like, Percy,
Yeah.
run! Restrain this one. And I attempt to help the one that's
Okay.
that doesn't.
Give me a medicine check, and what are you two using to restrain?
That's a great question. I'm
Oh.
Look at my list of items.
23.
Dude, I got 50 feet of hemp in the road. Don't even worry.
I got so much medicine.
So do I.
All right. Give me a. Listen to here.
Also have a purple.
Give me a sleight of hand check for the rope type.
Sure. Hey, this dice actually rolled above a 10. 16.
Okay. You stabilize him. You realize that the wounds, while are not enough to kill you normally, they just need to be staunch with bleeding. So you gauze it and stop him from bleeding out the door.
Yeah.
It's like touching a bird. You've touched birds before. You came from nature. You also realize that the feathers that they have are the same feathers that are the wing stabilizers on their arrows.
That's dope.
And you realize that the front heads are made with rubber beads. But who all got shot with arrows?
Me.
Oh,
I'm
that's
at
okay.
1 health.
Ah,
We all have
okay,
arrows.
Yes, you all have arrows in you. You can perform.
We should do some things about that.
And you probably will want to see blacksmiths or leather makers, whatever armor types that you use to help repair your things throughout this adventure, by the way. So now that we're getting into combat, yes.
I will buy some more clothes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't worry, I have a backup pair. Don't mind the priest robes.
So these things take a couple minutes to do to secure him pretty well. And I think both of you are overseeing to that probably?
Yeah.
Okay. And Ash spent her time putting that stuff together. So about the time that you finish it, it isn't long for the beak starts twitching and like coming out of that slumber sort of thing, just like jerking awake. And a bird eye just like opens up and it's very easy. Yellow eye just turning at you. Just,
Hello, friend. I say his mind.
turns back to
Oh, do you know?
Oh, that's gotta be real fucky for a kangaroo.
deep
I don't
voice,
really
orcish
know
accent
about-
comes out of its mouth. Zerathor sends its regards.
Well, I fucking hate kangaroo. Like mimic birds, they just mimic other people fucking speak.
But that's why the telepathy must be real fucky for them.
Right.
Like, I don't think they have internal monologues.
I don't think this is an animal I can do anything about.
Xanathar sends his regards. So we've got. Do these cases have any like obvious markings on them?
I ritually cast speak with animals.
That's fair.
Bitch.
They can't talk, but yes. Also, yes.
But I tried to speak to it as a human and didn't want to marry me. And so I can do ritually speak with animals and be like, yo, what up, bitch?
It takes 10 minutes. It says Xanathar sends its regards. There will be a conversation that will happen in the next 10 minutes before you actually manage casting it. You're ritually casting it.
Cool.
We will do that.
Alright, so Xanathar sends its regards. You start casting magic. What do you two do?
Go ahead.
Also, when I start casting most of my spells, it sounds spell-wise verbally, if it has a verbal component or a part, that it sounds like I'm chanting or saying the actual spell.
just for RP purposes. That's what you're. I want to speak with animals. I want to speak with animals.
You're just like saying the names of the spells out loud.
Fireball.
Fireball.
Who wants to explode in a fireball?
I'm ready.
I take out a torch and light it and just like set it on the ground next to the Kenku.
The warehouse lights blaze. Arson has been committed.
Oh,
No!
We
No,
did
it's
it.
fine. There's actually sconces on the wall. You can see
Okay,
how
yeah,
the torches.
perfect, even better.
Can't see what
Yeah, I was thinking about
about
but
that.
I like lean in towards the Kenku and like I pull the unicorn like jewelry thing out of my bag as well, and I'm like, we're looking for the man with blonde red hair.
That's a pretty point in my room. Follow your signs to the sewers.
Did you hear any of that?
Something about my crew follow the signs, yellow signs to the sewers.
Make an intimidation.
Okay.
Also, I'd like to be looking for markings of identification. Like, we've seen tattoos on a lot of people. Like, do these Kenkus have anything that
Have
identifies?
they branded?
Clearly,
something
they've said that they're
Kangaroos?
from them.
No.
But, like,
I mean,
Those
do they have
horrible.
any markings or anything like that?
So are you perusing the warehouse as well, like down here, or
Not.
only the birds? Okay, you do not see any markings on the birds.
I have a 20 for my intimidation.
So just the general conversation has started to make it stammer. It will start repeating its effects. So Zerathor says this regards.
Have the pretty boy in the back room. Follow the yellow signs in the sewers.
I understood him better that time.
Yeah.
Through several times.
You're right. After like the fourth time, I'm like, oh, right. Pretty boy in the back room. Also, learn not to mutter. And I like smack the cake a little bit.
Whoa.
Yeah. Then when upon smacking, no time to look the place. Just get him to the boss.
Right. This is unfortunate. If Xanathar
I will remind you that you guys saw corpses in the back against the back wall.
We've got a lot of searching in this warehouse to do.
Yeah. Asher, are you
I want to speak with them.
right? Will you just keep an eye on them? We're gonna go search the warehouse. Yeah. All right. Well, I think she's got them covered.
While we're kind of like searching together for the warehouse, I'll mention something to Percy on like he was already speaking, you know? He's
Yeah. I know. I'm really not a fan of getting shot.
I understand.
It gets a little bit more hellish and primordial as they go.
Animals! We're just like dancing again. Animals!
As she starts
Start
entering that
listing off
phase,
animal names.
Cats and dog and rats and cats and dog and rats.
none of them were birds.
Yep, just got birds.
Start cawing.
So as she starts entering the more eccentric parts of her chant,
Ritual. It's a ritual casting.
you two make your way a little bit further into. You recognize that there's stairs going up, and that there's a cacophony of just bodies in front of you. About 12 in total.
Are they all not Kenkus?
Yes, they are all actually not Kenkus. There are 5 human that are kind of arrayed together. As you guys are inspecting them, you can see that they all have black tattoos of winged snakes on their neck or forearm. Then the next 7 are all clustered together as well. It's completely separate from the winged people. And you, after a little bit of searching, are able to find out that one of them has a black tattoo on the palm of his right hand that looks like a circle with 10 spokes radiating out from its circumference.
That's
One of them has a tattoo of a black circle with
10 spokes.
10 spokes.
Like a wagon wheel.
Yeah, like, yes.
She's dreaming over there.
She's a puppy. Okay.
Yes.
It's so cute.
Okay, your casting goes off. You are speaking with animals now. As you enter your end your ritual, that speaks with animals comes across to Liver. You can say you.
Hello.
Wow.
I'm
How do you speak my language?
I'm a druid.
What's that?
I love animals.
I am an animal.
I love you.
I tried to kill you.
It's fine. There's lots of things that try to kill me.
You can let me go. I can finish the job. Sit here to go. Me.
Who do you belong to?
Not Totem.
I'm sure you belong to no one. Who do you work for? Do they pay you?
Danatar sends its regards.
He says in Lorcan's voice.
You don't have to be that way. I can understand you.
I am that way.
So, do you work for Xanathar?
You saying the Orcish voice?
Okay. He's in the third sentence regards to Orcish accent.
Do you work for Xanathar? Did you get in a fight? You look pretty roughed up.
From you?
No, before. I mean, why were you locked in here?
To stay. Stay and protect. Prevent.
Protect who? Maybe I can help.
No. Protect.
I'm not from here, you know? So,
Same.
where are you from?
No.
I've never heard of no.
Same.
Okay.
Let me go.
No, I don't.
My friends, let me go. Let me go to my friends.
Where are your friends?
I cannot see them. I must go find them. Stay. Protect.
Are you hungry?
No.
I can heal you if you tell me information.
No time.
No time for what?
No time.
Okay. This is a good chat.
Let me go.
You want me to knock you out? You need a nap.
No. No.
I know
No.
you need a nap.
Ah, no.
You can tell me.
No.
Okay, well,
Of course, that's right. Well,
I don't want to hurt you. But if you don't tell me, I gotta.
I have a pretty boy in the back room.
With yellow and red hair? Can you see yellow and red? I don't know if you can. Okay, hold on. What color is this?
Bang.
Yeah. Technically true, but that's kind of true.
Where in the back room?
Back room.
Where did you get him from?
Back room.
Okay, well, you know, some of us have different intelligence scores. That's completely fine.
You are using speak with animals, after all.
Little Jack. Good girl. So we'll just hang here. Me and Jack, we want to.
No. Let go.
No.
Let go.
it starts struggling against its vine.
You better not. I have a shillelagh quarterstaff pointed at you. If he remotely starts to squirm out, I will bonk you.
He's struggling. As you go to bonk him, one more time he looks at you. Xanathar sends his regards.
God.
What good fucking character.
Keep him.
And
Why
I gotta keep him. Keep
and
him.
we will conclude it there for tonight.
Xanathar sends his regards. Xanathar sends his regards.
Dang.
Thank you all for joining.
Oh,
Next
gosh.
Tuesday, next session.
Woo! Yeet.
D&D. D&D.
Oh, man. There's a wrap up that we gotta do.
What's that?
I gotta remember all this stuff by next week. It's a whole week away.